Hey guys. Can you hear me okay? Check, check. Circle's up 14% for no reason. Good morning. I did celebrate Juneteenth. Are you talking about your portfolio or my portfolio, Michael? What does this say? IonQ Insider sold shares worth 170 million. When do you see that? When do you see that? It's fucking hilarious. Protein folding and optimization. Oh boy. Oh, Michael, I don't know if you missed my Q4 results. Were you here in December? Nobody's blaming them. It's just hilarious. Lots of great questions, guys. I'm going to try to focus on this INMB. Yeah, there's another Chris Monroe video where he's very bearish, so it's kind of interesting. Although there's a guy online who says that Chris Monroe is back at IonQ, which I'm not sure I believe that. Oh no, Springer's got a new thing? Oh no. Oh please no. Some a 10, 12 million market cap? Oh man. Oh no. Too bad we can't short it. He's smart. He picked the. I mean, there are a lot of people in the trade. It's crazy because if I just Googling anything about Joe Springer. Oh, he scrubbed all his videos. He scrubbed all of his videos. No more cassava. Is this a new account? Yes, it's a new account. Oh my god, he's starting over. What the fuck? Yeah, Michael, I was up 2,400% in over the last well, I guess it's It's less obviously after my current drawdown, but you're still riding pretty high here.
What the dreamers dream. Hello, investing friend of financial freedom, and welcome into Investors Club. Got a great show for you. I've been doing so much work to get the club going for us, and we're finally ready. This is the first episode. I deleted the other streams because it got us going to get all the technical stuff worked out. We're all ready.
Wait, what? Why'd you delete the other streams?
Club got a great show for you. I've been doing so much work to get the club going for us, and we're finally ready. This is the first episode. I deleted the other streams because it got us going to get all the technical stuff worked out. We're all ready. Got it so much worked out just with the technical stuff. But I have 7 portfolios of a universe of the best stocks in the world for us to pick from, because indexing is over and stock picking is back in a big way, and that's what we're doing every market day here together. And today we're looking at we did our first biotech in a long time, and it exploded yesterday, more than doubled, and we're going to take a look at it today. If you want to get these emails ahead of time before we talk about them on the show, before they double, sign up for the newsletter in the description, sign up for the free thing, and get the free book to see if you want to. All right, let's see this thing. Great to see you guys. So happy to be doing this again. All right. So we had the Cassava Sciences disappointment. Hope I wasn't talking too close to the microphone there already.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
Had the Cassava Sciences disappointment. And this is our first. So we had no biotechs, couldn't even look at a biotech for 6 months, but we were ready to get hurt again, ready to love again. Our first biotech since Cassava. And it was too interesting not to pass on to you. If I didn't share it with you, I was afraid we were going to miss something special. And if you didn't get it, I'm afraid you just missed the beginning of something special. This stock just more than doubled, but it's got a lot to go. This stock has all the characteristics of a big biotech opportunity, with a lot of room for aggressive expansion. It's founder run. Founders outperform, especially in tough times. Founders care. They're not careerists bouncing around playing defense, protecting themselves. It's addressing one of the world's largest unmet medical needs. This thing is on its way to outstripping cancer, possibly. It's on its way to being a peer of cancer. And nobody is going after it. This stock is trading at all-time lows. It just got recent funding. It's perfectly positioned to get government funding. It's a small molecule. Small molecules got poleaxed in the last administration in favor of biologics, and that is sort of just in favor of the big guys. Biologics are harder to do, and also in the consumers would just prefer small molecules anyway because they're so much cheaper, so much easier to make. A lot of equation form that whole new got right. Pharmaceuticals got a trial, and not many of those around, is there? The enormous unmet need this company is going after is antimicrobial resistance. And so this is when bacteria, virus, and fungi evolve to resist the treatments we have for them. And that's a problem. You've heard of this. We've all heard of this. It's a huge problem already. 1 to 5 million people already are dying from this. Is going after it. This problem is going to be as big as cancer, and it's going unaddressed, hence the mammoth opportunity that exists for us. Now we're getting bullish on a biotech here, so we must point out biotechs and other unprofitable companies underperform as a group. And so Mercado Libre, Topicus, that type of stuff is what if you want to be a little more sure. But if you're looking for a big score in a short time, biotech is the area that serves them up. 1 month later, this thing surged. Biotechs, every day you look in the biggest movers, there's usually
Notice there's nothing about the actual company. Oh, wait.
Even just biotech. Biotechs would be worse. But all of that is actually an opportunity, because that wasteland that is the healthcare system and the capital markets is all priced into this stuff. And on both ends, they could be getting relief. We could be coming up on a golden age. RFK cleaning up the regulatory environment. We just wrote an article today noting, because there's about a company in phase 2, and we noted it happens to be in cancer, that it had a good phase 1, good phase 2, and then in cancer you do efficacy in phase 1, and then they're also made their trial to be possibly approvable in phase 2, and now RFK's FDA just said we're doing a new program trying to get things approved in 1 to 2 months instead of 10 months as a part of an overall program to try to get more good therapies on the market. So that's just great news for all biotechs, golden age of biotech. And he's cleaning up the regulatory environment. So maybe this stuff is over. And with the international stuff, RFK's FDA, we talked about TGTX. We wrote about it. We had to take that stream down because the tech, that we're going to do it again because there's bad audio and whatnot. But TGTX, the idea on that one is that there's Donald Trump's equalization of drug prices around the world. Well, if that happens, and it's no guarantee, but if it happens, that it does an end around the corrupt healthcare scam system. And so that's another great reason to think that the biotechs could be in for a golden age. And then on top of that, we have a president with a stock, Trump Media, whatever it's called. That stock was victim of that phantom share stuff, and the CEO publicly said how awful it was. So we could be getting some relief over there as well. On top of that, we think we're going to get a biotech stimulus package because of both
Phantom shares, baby. Had to delete all my videos because of the bad audio. What about the company, Joe? We're 10 minutes in this.
Not to share it with you. So it's quite a setup. I was afraid not to share it with you. The stock is Acurx, ACXP. Founded by current CEO David Lucci, who had the good taste to attend Bucknell University, my alma mater, Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, Bison Strong. Mr. Lucci, he's a lawyer, he's an accountant, served on a number of biotech boards, served in a leadership position on a company that got taken out by Abiona, another company I've written about. He wheeled all of that great reputation in biotech into eventually funding a new company, Dipex, that company into. Nevertheless, he was able to secure a buyer for the company. The mechanism of action here is based on interfering with DNA replication of the bad bacteria. And so gram staining is, and with heck yeah, of global AMR deaths. And so what they're doing, so this DNA positive back in their DNA. I forget to make distant bad guys. And it just so happens that one was anthrax, not, and its phase 2B occurred 15 of, like we said there again, non-inferiority of a business. For 4 to 5 times peak sales, let's give it a $4 billion, 32. This works out. See, like if you look at here is the 18-month trial, super expensive. These are way cheaper.
Wow. Well, Springer's back. Yeah, Circle. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Circle. It's got to be a short, but what a crazy momentum. Insane momentum. Yeah, I don't know what he wants to do, but he should probably find a job. I think the rumor is he moved to Thailand to avoid prosecution for cassava. That's the rumor. I don't know if that's true or not. Allegedly. But yeah, everything else has been deleted. He's got a new channel. You know, there are technical glitches. I mean, honestly, it could be like, it could be a good pick. I have no idea. Who knows? But I don't think he knows how to do research. I mean, I sold Circle at like 100, dude. It's fucking crazy. I'm mad at myself. Yeah, I didn't hold it for this big rally. And the big rally came 5 or 6 days after the IPO, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I'm not too bearish on Google, but a little bit. I mean, I honestly think they're going to be fine, but it does kind of look like the next Yahoo. YouTube's kind of going to go nowhere, right? So YouTube's sticking around, and that's a lot of the traffic, but it's not a lot of the revenue, interestingly. Well, one of the risks of a crowded short is if you have everybody in the same short and everybody thinks it's going to go to zero, it can be especially if there's low liquidity, a lot of people trying to get out at once. But Circle Options just listed. I think the volatility is quite high, so I don't know. I'm mostly going to just be doing research and programming today, so it's not going to be the most interactive stream. Sorry. Circle's traded the most. 10 million shares. Ultimate momentum. Probably a top sign, man. It's got to be. Up 15%. Nvidia's up there. Trade 5 million shares, up fractionally. Tesla's traded 3.5 million shares, up 2%. Oscar is hot for some reason. A lot of people asking about Oscar, up 17% on 3 million shares. Compass and Coinbase up slightly on 3 million shares. Big Bear, it's a small cap, relative to small market cap, small stock price. This traded 2 million shares, is up a little bit. Boston Scientific's down 60 bips on 2 million shares as well. Everything else is up. Alphabet, Danaher, United Airlines, Recursion, Plug Power, SoFi, Gilead, Quantum Computing Inc. Our favorite is up 6% for no reason. Amphenol's up 1%. Rigetti's up 2%. Palantir's up 1%. Intel's up 1%. D-Wave's up 1%. Just a normal morning out here in Bubble Land. Couchbase. Couchbase up 30%. Do they have earnings, or are they getting bought out by private equity? Good for them. GMS, I don't know what GMS is. It's a very industrialish company. Wallboards. Oh, GMX, hostile takeover from QXO, Jacob's company. Oscar, we mentioned. Circle, we mentioned. Arquit Quantum up 15%. That's a new quantum alpha. Zeta up to 13%. New Fortress Energy. AIM, the metals company. Galaxy Digital. Nuvation. Ouster. CarMax up 9%. That's probably going to get Carvana going too. Vaxcyte up 8%. Metsera up 7%. Nanonuclear up 6%. Yeah, we're in bubble land. Wild bubble times. Regencell down 17%. I'm sure that'll get fixed. Hold on 1 second. AutoZone down 8%. Gannett, the newspaper company, down 7%. So is Mesoblast and Accenture, or no, Mesoblast and Anaptys. There's Accenture down 7% as well. Sony down 3 or 4%. What's going on with Accenture? Reported earnings, and those are disappointing, I suppose. Guess they're not an AI play after all. What else is going on? Coinbase up 3%. Hasn't quite caught the bid Circle has, even though like it's basically they are Circle. They started it, right? Sort of. Not really. Okay, so another day in Bubble Town. Other big news, Meta tried to acquire SSI, the AI company. 32 billion just started. This company just started. S&P is not up 1.4% pre-market. Double check that, Ken. Reading some old TNF papers. Yeah, the Galectin thing is funny. Okay, and they're off. like I said, I'm mostly just going to be researching, programming, chilling. Okay. Net change in cash. Net cash and yeah. I got you, Mercurial. That's a pretty ugly typo. I'm only going to look at one INM stock at a time, and that's going to be INMB. Circle back down a little bit, only up 6%. Market as a whole is sort of coming in a bit here. So I guess, are they gonna have a... Oh wow, they put the gene and cell therapy chief on administrative leave. Uh-oh. Nicole. Oh, and people are concerned that she's getting fired. Yeah, Capricorn's not getting approved, man. No, I just like to do research, make sure I'm right, like to be thorough. And we get a little kitty here. Yes, we do. Mm-hmm. Come on, love. I don't think Levitus is getting pulled. Yeah, Capper's gone to 0. Immune's gone to 0. Here's my love. I love you. No, I don't have really any opinion on Sim. Yeah, I think that's probably right. QW. Which brokerage? Yeah, the clinical trial results for Immune are coming in the next 6 business days. Most likely, at least. Yeah, circle. Probably not today. No. Could be after the close. I've seen it happen. Yeah, core weave and circle are fucking nuts. Twelve amino acid protein fold. Does 12 amino acids even fold? Being a quantum CEO means you're taking your stock to zero. One alpha fold. We predicted one alpha fold. Don't buy Ripple, no. Shit, Shy? Shy likes Archer? What are you mad about, Bromhausen? Which stock do you own that's going to zero? Let me guess. Is it Quantum? INMB? Capricorn? Which one is it? Which one are you mad about? AVXL? Could be AVXL. Or are you a Kassav bag holder? Did you lose all your money in that one? Which one is it? AMC? No, some of the quantum baggies are still mad at me because they think their stock would be up 10x without it. Okay. Weird. Seems like he might be um I don't know. Not all there. All right. This cat really wants to interfere with my work. It's okay, Snooky. I love you too. You should do. I'm a little Snoopy. I love you. I love you. I love you. I saw the Gilead approval. Letitia James is my favorite. Attorney General. We all love Attorney Generals, right? Kami shot him in the head. Rip. State Attorney Generals. They're so important. They're really crucial. They make sure the laws of the state are being abided by. They're totally not corrupt and power hungry. They are really responsible individuals. Circle's up 3%. Tish tried to put Trump under, man. Yeah, it's all right, Seinu. Tips on getting better at trading. Tip number one, make sure you make the smallest positions you can. Most people use way too much leverage, way too much cash. Always keep cash. Tip number two, notice the habits you have. If you're always in stuff early, leave a little room to grow your position. If you're always late, try to get there faster. Keep trading journal or something like that. Best thing you can do is work with somebody. If you have a person you're working with closely, they can kind of talk you through some of these things. Someone you trust, someone who's also good at trading. You have complementary strengths. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with the Tish James case. It's a complicated one, but yeah, it's a lot of behind the scenes action there. I think Snowball sets you up and is a really good appetite. Gets your appetite going for investing. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either, Matthias. Yeah, just being honest with yourself. I think the best book about this is Trading to Win by Ari Kiev. I mean, if you're looking for somebody who will work with you and trade with you, I mean, there's a couple of people who could do that. I mean, there's people in Godel, but basically, you got to either commit to being a professional investor or not. If you're not committed to being a professional investor and working with someone daily about, your transactions, I don't know what to tell you. Charlie Munger was the best thing that ever happened to Warren Buffett. Not because Munger was better than Buffett. But Munger was there to be a stable counterpart to Buffett. Buffett, could get excited, want to do trades and transactions, and he listened to Munger because Munger could keep his cool no matter what. Buffett was the real genius, but Munger could really keep his cool, and he could tell the psychology of what Buffett was getting into. So, having him next to him for every transaction was Munger's ability to tell him not to do something really kept Berkshire out of trouble. And staying out of trouble is the first thing you got to do when you're an investor. Doesn't matter if you're a trader or an investor, or both. Private equity, none of that matters. You know, if you can avoid bad transactions that are like permanently bad, kind of that's what I really focus on. You know, I try not to get into situations where the permanent, forget the market spirits for a second, but the permanent value of the company is divorced from what I paid for it or what I speculated on it. For example, why quantum doesn't worry me is because I have a very strong feeling that the permanent value of these companies is very low. So they can mark it up, they can mark it down. It doesn't make a difference to me because I feel really confident in that. If that changed, you know, then I'd get nervous. If QUBT all of a sudden went from 35,000 in revenue to 3 million in revenue, I would say, wait a second, maybe I was wrong. If IonQ CEO started buying stock instead of selling it, I would get nervous. But the permanent value changes are what upset me. So for Sarepta, there's no doubt that the value of Elevidys has permanently changed. It's less. And I don't like that because, you know, I bought a stock thinking it was worth X, and now it's worth X 0.95X or 0.9X. And that's really frustrating because, you know, it's like I lost money in essence. The mark to market, of course, shows what it shows. But, you know, I think what's more important when you invest in this style is what is the true value of the company that you believe in. Now, if you're at a hedge fund or mutual fund, or you have a wife, none of this stuff matters because people care about the P&L today, and you're playing a different game. Gene, I don't know if he rejoined. I'm not sure. I don't know if you have a phone number, Gene. I'm happy to talk this out, but I don't know if he rejoined or not. I probably think he got a cease and desist or something like that. I can have somebody who knows him call him to find out. But obviously, the website did change. I acknowledge that. But I don't know if his role changed. He might just still be on the books for a while. And just a month ago, I mean, literally not a month ago, he gave this video, which was really bearish. Let's watch the video because I think it's really interesting. It gives you a sense for what's going on here. I mean, he's been on a roll, just giving talk after talk after talk about why quantum's not here yet. It's really bizarre. It seems like he's angry or something. Yeah, if there's a press release, then that'd be cool. Do you think there is? Do you know, have you heard from the company? The fuck? Have you heard from the company about? I don't talk to those guys, but I know a lot of people that do. He just gave this talk. He's given 2 talks in the last, like, month that are really, really scary. Yeah, here it is, multi-core.
So welcome everyone, welcome back for the last session.
Yeah, I agree that it was like...
So we have 2...
I agree that it was really weird because he said that he would need a drink to tell you the real story.
That at the moment, Christopher Monroe already can see me. Is that a fact? Personal here, and then we welcome...
No, you can't throw tomatoes at me. So, all right. So the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from Quantenium will pick it up. And the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from Quantenium will pick it up. And the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from Quantenium will pick it up. And the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from Quantenium will pick it up. And the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from Quantenium will pick it up. And the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from Quantenium will pick it up. And the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from Quantenium will pick it up. And the subject is quantum computing, of course, and I'll speak for a little while, and then Russ Stutz from And so my talk will maybe be a little more general, and I think Russ can tell us a little bit about the great things happening with the quantum computers at his company. Okay, so let me just dive right.
Interesting, like right here, he's got IonQ on his right on the PowerPoint. So he might, I think he has this like long-term agreement with them. And again, if I were DeMasi, I probably would send, I wouldn't do this because I'm not a scumbag, but I'm sure DeMasi and his general counsel sent him a letter saying, you know, your public statements are are not congruent with, you know, your role at IonQ. Please cease and desist from saying bad things about us. So despite that, he's still saying bad things about, I mean, that's really incredible. Anyway, he's not really saying bad things about IonQ, by the way. He's just sort of being realistic about quantum computing. So remember, I also love quantum computing. I'm not like, I spend a lot of my time writing code, playing with big machines. Like, I'm not, you know, somebody that is averse to new types of computing. I look and read about this stuff all day. But, you know, it's just as an investor and as a developer, I have to be realistic. That's it. You know, my job's to be realistic and make money. Let's listen.
Right in with a perhaps hypey slide. Well, this is when you're starting a quantum business.
The website's definitely new. The question is the role new?
Business, you need to have your hockey stick curve if you want investors. Now, on the one hand, this is not hypey at all, because we know that the future of computing, for it to keep growing like it did for the last 50 years, there has to be something new. And quantum, we don't exactly know how it's going to play out, but eventually it's going to not take over everything, but it's going to do things that we can't do now, and probably other things when we find out its full breadth.
Got to listen to that really carefully, because he's very smart and sober about this.
The future of computing, for it to keep growing like it did for the last 50 years, there has to be something new. And quantum, we don't exactly know how it's going to play out, but eventually it's going to not take over everything, but it's going to do things that we can't do now.
It's really, really well said. It's not going to take over everything, but it can do things we can't do now. I think that's exactly right. So in any event, yeah, I'm not sure IBM is going to do that great. I have more than one long, Will W, but you know, you do you, man. Yeah, you do you. Mostly, my biggest position now is I'm short INMB. So, but you know, play along at home. It's fine.
And probably other things when we find out its full breadth. And so
the probably other things is interesting, because I think that while it's undoubtedly true that once we have QCs that we can play with, there'll be more algorithms. The last algorithm of interest in quantum is now 30 years old. So it's not for lack of looking. So keep that in mind.
So I would say the single piece of hype you'll find in a plot like this is the timing. So when we transition from...
Yeah, on Jensen, I mean, I think he's got the same opinion as me, which is that QPUs would not be ever present. I mean, very few people will need QPUs unless you really need to factor really big numbers for some reason. You're decrypting or hacking something. I don't know why you would need a QPU. You know, you want to Grover speed up on something, maybe, if you're a highly technical person, but I don't think the average person will ever have a QPU.
From conventional or classical computers to quantum computers, some people say, well, it's already here, or it's in a few years. It's certainly not. Otherwise,
okay, so listen carefully. Again, this is the founder of IonQ.
Conventional or classical computers to quantum computers. Some people say, well, it's already here, or it's in a few years. It's certainly not. Other people say, well, it's already here, or it's in a few years. It's certainly not. Otherwise, they would be all over the place. Years. It's certainly not. Otherwise, they would be all over the place. The money would be, the floodgates would open into funding of quantum computing companies. That hasn't happened yet. The floodgates would open into funding of quantum computing companies. That hasn't happened yet because there's no useful commercial app yet.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the NVIDIA quantum team. I mean, I think that there's not. The NVIDIA quantum team is mostly focused on the very cool part of computing. Again, if you're into computing, and I mean really into it, not like you program Python or something, but like you really like computing. You've been thinking about quantum for the last 25 years. Every single person has. But you're not thinking about it because you're rushing to use it. You're thinking about it because of its theoretical implications. And I think that's the major difference here that gets disconnected. Every person who studied computing, I'm talking about people who study complexity, people who study compiler theory, type theory, those kinds of things. Anybody who studies academic computer science is interested in quantum because it says a lot of things in theory. For example, I mean, the biggest thing it asks is, why does this super hard problem that's not NP complete, but still in this weird sort of space between P and NP factoring, why is this hard on classical but easy on quantum? And that's one of the biggest questions in computing. And one of the things that also kind of makes you wonder, again, and these are all theoretical things, is, what other problems look like that? Does discrete log problem look like that? And eventually, we all know that if you have a solution to one NP-complete problem, you have a solution to all of them. One problem sort of occurs when you say, well, factoring, that's not NP-complete. And as you sort of just take problems out of NP-complete and put them in their own bucket. And then to me, that's a cop-out that reminds me of McCarthy's the father of AI, the real father of AI, McCarthy's opinion on AI, which is AI is defined as whatever computers can't do well right now. And it's sort of the same thing here, where okay, maybe quantum can grab some problems and toss them into the other side. Right now, we don't. There are not too many. In fact, there really aren't any. But other than Shor's, but look, we're never going to stop thinking about this. I mean, anybody who's interested in space, time, complexity, things like that, it's just too important, too fascinating. But are there real applications? We're not concerned with that. That's not interesting. There's one compute problem that seems to be problematic right now, and Chris talks about this. Other quantum people do too. There's not really much of a need for any ultra high throughput computing, interestingly. If you go to why does EC2 exist? Okay. Why does Dell sell computers? What are they doing? Most of the time, these aren't computers that are running CPU workload at 100%. A lot of EC2 is just dormant silicon. The only computers that are humming at 100% capacity are AI computers. Those computers aren't going to be replaced anytime soon, certainly not by quantum, due to bandwidth constraints. And eventually we may get solutions for that. I predict we'd get solutions for that before quantum becomes relevant. But right now, there is a bottleneck of compute for that. Now, look, I don't know every enterprise use case of compute, but, a lot of it has to do with storage and sending storage to the right place in compute. So RAM, the locality of the data versus the processor. Certainly there's data problem. There's a lot of data density. There is some compute problems at, say a Google or something like that. But in general, I don't get the sense that we're bandwidth limited by compute. I get the sense that we're limited by the fabrics that exist. That's why Mellanox was an important deal for NVIDIA. Training a neural network is very data intensive. it's also compute intensive, but it's very data intensive. And you do need to update lots of things. Yeah, moving the data is costly. There's a really wonderful, if you want to, RGC is really down 50%, huh? Wow. This is the rug. This is the rug pull. Wish there was a great way to short that. But here's a really thing to learn. Yeah, transmitting information with light's very hard. We'll see. Jeff Dean. Oh, Charles, I'm so sorry. Numbers. These are the numbers you should know. Yeah, I don't know about light matter. We'll see. These are Jeff Dean's numbers you should know. So, you know, Jeff Dean's kind of the CTO of Google. You know, these are pretty important. You know, these are 2012 numbers, by the way, but they're mostly the same, I think. Circle back up to 15% there. Unbelievable momentum. So anyway, these numbers are really important. I would challenge you to do these numbers for quantum, so you can get a sense for, you know, what they look like. You know, cycles are clock speed dependent, obviously. Yeah, Regis, that sounds right. Do you know what accessing the RAM in quantum is like? Remember, a cycle in most processors is a billionth of a second, right? Christopher, I don't think stocks can go parabolic. I think they're about as stretched as they can get. It's not really quantum RAM yet. I'm sure there will be someday. But you still have to sort of get large data to work with this, which, you know, we certainly, I mean, you wouldn't want to do quantum AI. Like what you want, the reason you'd want a quantum computer, so let's just take a step back. Why would you want this, right? The only reason you would want to do anything on a quantum computer is if you're going, because silicon's very fast. I mean, there really is no need to replace silicon. The only reason you'd want to replace silicon is if you get the complexity speed up from a exponential to a polynomial. If you get that speed up, you can get, you know, you can go through the trouble of going to a quantum computer. It doesn't make sense otherwise, because you just use silicon. You're not going to go faster, right? So if you have this exponential problem, yeah, let me make this clear. You know, so if you have a problem that you need this speed up, this algorithmic speed up, if you want to, I think the reason so many people are confused about this is, you know, just not many people learn these things. Here's a classic called CLRS. This is the classic book. If you haven't seen this, CLRS is there. Oh, it's right here on the web. You can read this. And Rivest of RSA fame is here. Rivest is one of the authors. He still teaches at MIT. So read this book. It's only 1,300 pages. It said that in an early edition, Bill Gates had a page at the end that said, in the version 1 of this book, allegedly, Bill Gates had a version of this where Bill Gates on the last page says, if you've made it this far, come get a job at Microsoft. Not many people care about this. So it's CLRS for the names of the authors. Not many people care this much, right? People care about the story. People care about the stock price. People care about the quarterly earnings. Well, why not go to the thing that drives those things, right? The quarterly earnings don't come out of nowhere. The stock price doesn't come out of nowhere. Eventually, it goes to the underlying pieces of what's happening. And if you understand those, well, you don't have to worry about anything else. No, CLRS is the book. That's the algorithm book. Oh, is that the art of okay, the art of programming has the Gates thing. Okay, got it. That sounds right. So in any event, that's what I like to do, and that's what's made me a successful investor. As much as the last few months have been frustrating over the long period of time, I have been a very successful investor, and at the highest levels, dealing with huge amounts of money. So why would you want to use a quantum computer? It becomes exceptionally clear that the only reason you'd want to do it is if there is a problem where you can actually move complexity. If you have to stay in the same complexity regime, why would you go to quantum? It's not going to help you. It's just a much more complex contraption that just can't get you there. So there's only two places, Shor's and Grover's. And Grover's doesn't get you a complexity class change. It gets you this little O square root of n change, which, depending on who you are, may be small, may be big. But it turns out that Grover's is actually extremely hard to actually implement and see this. It's more of a theoretical result, to be honest. In practice, it's often quite hard to actually get this. And of course, because quantum's still rather theoretical, we don't know what this is going to look like, to be honest. But Shor's we feel really confident in. Shor's I really like. Shor's is magic. Shor's truly is magic. And I have no doubt that at some point we will get a new algorithm. For now, we basically have two. I have no doubt that we will exploit the quantum effects for something else. The question is when? Can you wait that long? Will it be commercially relevant? And is it going to be your stock that's the one that's going to win? And I think it's fairly clear that, whether it's Rigetti or Quantum Computing Inc. or D-Wave or maybe even IonQ, probably admittedly has a little bit better chance than these other guys. Are you going to be the one that wins? And I think the answer is no for all of them. But the question is, what will this mystery algorithm do? And the biggest question is, what are the problems that we're trying to solve, right? What are the problems that require such high compute we need to get out of the silicon regime? There just aren't that many. These processors are really good. There aren't that many heavy compute problems. We have Crisis, that's a joke, of course. But you have things like math, simulations. There really aren't too many places where you need massive amounts of compute every day. If you went to a researcher at Harvard and said, yeah, the Knuth books are coming, don't worry. He's slowly writing all of them. If you went to any researcher in any discipline, okay, at Harvard or MIT or whatever, I had a great chemist who passed away. I had two great chemists who passed away, sadly. but I had a great quantum physicist, actually, chemist named Adam Kalal. He worked at Vertex, the esteemed drug company. He was their early employee. Not an early employee, but he was an employee when the market cap was about 50x below what it is today. And he was a fantastic, yeah, David, we're talking about that exactly right now. So he was a fantastic computational chemist. We hired him. And I asked him, how many computers do you want? And at the time, cloud was barely getting started. So we brought in the people from Cray. Cray makes supercomputers, or used to at least. And in supercomputers, the biggest thing you're worried about is message passing. So we just wire up a bunch of regular computers, basically, and have some message passing software. And he said, Martin, I don't need any of that. I said, what are you talking about? We're here to make new molecules, right? We're going to simulate, and I had some targets in mind. I had some enzymes. I had some different proteins I wanted to mess around with. And he was going to be doing the messing around. And he said, I don't need that. I just need one really good desktop, maybe something that costs $2,000 or $3,000. And here I'm ready to write a check for $2 million. And I'm just telling a story because quantum gets me animated. Quantum is fun to talk about. So he said, I don't need all that $3,000 computer. My jaw dropped because I said, this is one of the most computationally heavy processes I know. The first product DL software had was called drug-like. And we were developing ways to do distributed drug discovery with huge amounts of computers. So this is a space I know pretty well. In fact, I call the guy who invented the most used open source software for drug discovery, ligand docking, a friend, Oleg, who invented Autodoc, or Vina. And, we all want a quantum computer to work, but it's just not going to happen. So in any event, I think this guy David stole my thunder, but the point is, for every compute-heavy problem, we sort of have solutions for them. There's a couple of software packages in the simulation world that are really not trivial, especially simulating physics. This is a space that's really perfect for quantum computing and really hard for normal computers. And if you want to try them out, you should try them out. There's a bunch of programs like GROMACS. I think you can pip install GROMACS, and you can run a bunch of many-body physics problems and say, simulate that for 10 nanoseconds. Then try to simulate it for, just keep going up in order of magnitude, and you will get to a point where you can't solve it anymore. But there's programs like this one I just put it on my GitHub. I just put this thing on my GitHub. It is the fastest discrete log problem for elliptic curve programs that I'm aware of. Let me run a recent branch. So this is, to my knowledge, this is my program, the fastest elliptic curve solver there is. I'm working on a 2x, 3x speed up, but you can see I'm doing 500 million keys a second, which is quite a lot faster. But if I keep adding a 0, what happens? Let's see if I can show you this a little bit better. If I keep adding a 0, it gets slower and slower. Why? Well, that's exponential. The problem is an exponential problem. I eventually just can't. This will run between now and the heat death of the universe. So I need a way to get a polynomial time algorithm. Nobody's found a polynomial time algorithm for this problem. It would be bigger than a Turing Award or a Nobel Prize. It would be most important, especially if it generalized to something else. It'd be the most important discovery in humanity. Does P equal NP is one of the most important questions humans can simply ask. And this is something a lot of people don't know much about. You know, this is just not that interesting to most people. You know, again, if I wanted to add yet another zero, I'm going to basically, you know, the input size will scale exactly with the compute time. The compute time will scale exactly with the input size. So I think that, you know, quantum does pose this really amazing question and answer, but you have to make sure that the answer it's posing is the answer to the question, not that you want, but the one that is actually being asked. And I think that's sort of the dilemma with quantum. Many, many people have wanted quantum to be the answer to many different questions. But the reality is it's the answer to a very small question. Bitcoin has no RSA in it, but regardless, it has an RSA-like problem called discrete log over finite fields, prime finite fields. And this is, you can surefy that problem because it's so close to RSA that you can convert it in essence. So where are we? Let's get back to reality. I think that, you know, understanding what problems actually do need to be solved, you know, is a really easy way to do this is go to the top 500. Again, all quantum investors should know about this. I'm sure you all do, but just in case you don't, this is longs and shorts. The top 500 is the supercomputing ranking, right? So who are the top 500? This is given out every 6 months. I've been following this since I was a little kid. Number 1 is El Capitan. Oh shit, it's a cray. In fact, the top 3 of these are crays. It's got 11 million cores. I just rented a pretty beefy computer from AWS. It's what's it, $6, I think. So it's $4,000 a month to rent. Let me show you this bad boy. Try to find my SSH command here. Hold on. And what's funny is this thing doesn't have a GPU. It's for a very specific stock market problem I'm working on. It's not. I will probably port it to a GPU, but it's a CPU problem. It's really got a RAM. It's a RAM question. And if you're lucky, I might just program it while we're live. We'll do it live. But I think the point I'm trying to make in general is that, like, you know, I do think if you want to really get the truth, get the answer to these questions, you have to want shit. I think you have to want to make an intellectually honest effort to really get into it and find what the answer is. Let's see here, SSH into this guy. Here we go. All right, so this is this is the machine I rented to do this job. There's 128 cores and 250 gigabytes of RAM. This is a big boy. But this guy's got 11 million cores. So 29 megawatts of power required. And this is a DOE computer. at Livermore. Now you could rent it, most likely. Might cost you some money, but you could rent. Frontier is a well-known one. Aurora. Eagle is part of Azure. That's interesting. But you can see that for a long time the Chinese were #1 in all of these. But Chinese fell off actually. That's interesting. Maybe I should make a post about this, because that's good for America. China no longer #1. China last. Yeah, just the electricity is $500 an hour. Now, do you know who has this Jupiter? You take a wild guess whose computer this is. Ulick, the D-Wave guys, because they buy everything. They are trying to be #1 in the world on everything. It's a little endoscopy. That is a coagulation. Yeah, my INMB is starting to get somewhat large. 1 second. I need the USA. Why can't I just do a flag emoji? Let me see, I'll just do this. They've fallen out of the top 10, to be fair. So, yeah, thanks, Matthias. So anyway, okay, so why would you ever want to use a quantum computer? We're getting back to this. So if you have a problem at exponential time, it increases, right, as the input increases. So 2 to the n can get very big. And it's funny because at small numbers like 2 to the 3rd or 2 to the 5th, these are really like manageable, right? But at some point, they get really out of control. it doesn't take long before these numbers scale like crazy. This is why it's an exponential, right? So n is down here, and 2 to the n is this chart. So these are the really impossible problems, and they are combinatorial problems. So things like optimization, many-body physics, factoring, etc. They're really, really hard to solve. Like, what's the factorization of some, large number like this? Every number I add, it actually gets harder, exponentially harder to solve. That's why this program that I added, every number I add, this finally finished up. But you can see it took 200 seconds. The problem before only took 16 seconds. So it's actually getting slower over time. I 10x the problem set. And no matter how fast I make this, I can't get out of the exponential problem. I can keep trying to speed it up using different techniques, but I can't outrun the exponent no matter what. And you should try this with your own computer. Some of these programs I've written are 100 lines of code. This one's a lot more complex, but you can probably do it with 20 lines of code. Find yourself an exponential problem, and you'll see why you need a quantum computer for certain problems. But most problems live in the polynomial world, where we would never, ever, ever, there's no reason why you'd ever want to do a polynomial-sized problem on a quantum computer. That's my contention. The only reason you'd want to do a problem on a quantum computer is if you can go from here to here, from this world to this world. There's only one problem we know about where you can take a wormhole and go from this space to this space. That's Shor's. So what's a polynomial problem? Well, you could just do some factoring. That's an easy one. Let's say we have a really big number here. I don't know, 573,259, or 251. We'll call that n. And then we could do the last term is, I don't know, plus 73. This is x, of course. And the question is, what does this factor into? Well, this is a hard problem. You wouldn't want to see this on your algebra exam, but there may or may not be an answer. But you can get there even if this term gets really big. The problem does not get much harder. That's a polynomial time problem. You don't need a quantum computer for this, no matter how big x gets, or this coefficient of x. So the one algorithm we know that'll do this, that'll take it from this kind of a problem to this kind of a problem, is Shor's. And Shor's is only good for encryption and decryption. So there's actually no need for a quantum computer until we find a new algorithm. Grover is kind of this little guy hanging around in the background. It can get you from O(n) to O root n. So instead of, let's say 10, let's say something like 2 to the 10 to the 24th, you would then only need, I'm using only in quotation marks, you can go to 2 to the 512th. So it's not a great speed up, but there are going to be problems where that wouldn't be so bad. But this isn't some fantastic speed up. I mean, if you're in this exponential regime in the first place, you've got problems. So it's very much like not a great place to be. What's up, Ken? Yeah, so Robert, I sort of talked about this earlier. The only reason people are dumping lots of money into this is because it's very cool to anybody who studies this for a living. All the stuff I just showed you, I guess I deleted, about factoring, it boggles the mind of every student in computing. Every one of us loves to look at this and say, oh, could you imagine taking a problem from exponential running time to polynomial running time? That's insanely cool. And believe it or not, things that are insanely cool do get funded. They do get worked on. And there is a little bit of a lie, as Chris said in the beginning of this video. He said, to get funding, I have to say this.
Quantinium will pick it up. And so my talk will maybe be a little more general. And I think Russ can tell us a little bit about the great things happening with the quantum computers at his company. Okay, so let me just dive right in with a perhaps hypey slide. Well, this is when you're starting a quantum business, you need to have your hockey stick curve if you want investors. Now, on the one hand, this is not hypey at all because
yeah. So the nerds want to make this stuff because it's the coolest thing in the world to them, and that includes me. But the investors, you know, generally the people investing in this stuff don't really understand it. They're kind of, you know, praying and hoping for something cool. There's not much that's cool. I want you to listen a little bit more. I'm going to take a 1 second break and just keep listening. It's really important.
we know that the future of computing, for it to keep growing like it did for the last 50 years, there has to be something new. And quantum, we don't exactly know how it's going to play out, but eventually it's going to not take over everything, but it's going to do things that we can't do now, and probably other things when we find out its full breadth. And so I would say the single piece of hype you'll find in a plot like this is the timing. So when we transition from conventional or classical computers to quantum computers, some people say, well, it's already here, or it's in a few years. It's certainly not. Otherwise, they would be all over the place. The money would be, the floodgates would open to funding of quantum computing companies. That hasn't happened yet because there's no useful commercial app yet. And our quantum computers are still not powerful enough to even beat my laptop. So, but the principles are there, and we're starting to build big things, a lot of progress, but we still have to wait a few years. So I think it will probably happen at some point. And if you have to peg me down, you can ask me later, I guess, but it's not next year. It's probably not 5 years. Okay, so why did I say that classical computing is sort of tapering off? Again, this is not exactly the right story to introduce quantum computing, but as we know, Moore's law is starting to hit physical barriers. This is a version of Moore's law in the number of transistors scaled to 1978, and roughly a factor of 2 more every couple of years. And over the last 10 years, it's really tapered off because when you get down to sub 10 nanometer scale, these transistors are now approaching the size of large molecules. And it's getting more expensive per bit to even engineer those things at a few nanometers like they're doing now. And eventually, when they get down to 1 nanometer, they're not going to be able to make them smaller because you're going to see the granularity of those big molecules. I suppose you could always break apart the molecules, but then that's like having it's like having a nuclear reactor in every processor. We don't want that. So Moore's law won't continue. Of course, that doesn't mean architectures won't grow, and we'll be able to get, still huge growth by doing things more, doing things better on the architectural side. Clock speed hasn't really improved in a long time. I may return to that topic. But looking at this Moore's law, I want to go way back in time to Richard Feynman, American physicist, as you probably know. In 1959, I think he was moved by the silicon transistor, the first demonstration of a solid state transistor, displacing from vacuum tubes. And I think he, as one of the founding fathers of quantum physics, quantum electrodynamics, he was also a tinkerer, and he realized that you could, it was possible to shrink semiconductor circuits down to individual atoms and do computing. And so he has this zinger in a speech he gave, 1959. He said, when you shrink down to just a few atoms for your transistors, there should be new opportunity for design. And the reason is there's new laws of physics playing a role at that scale. And those laws are called quantum mechanics. And so what does that have to do with computing? It really hasn't played a direct role in computing. The transistor is quantum, but so am I. Everything's quantum. That doesn't really help you. There are classical laws that we can use to understand how transistors work in classical computing. But quantum mechanics is a radically different theory. And when applied to bits, we have these things now called qubits or quantum bits, you may have heard. And the radical feature of quantum bits is that they can be in a superposition of 0 and 1, not definite state 0 or 1. They can be 0 and 1 with arbitrary weights, 50-50, 90-10, and so forth. And the trick is, of course, those qubits are in a superposition only until you measure them, only until it interacts with the environment or you make a measurement. And then it sort of relaxes or collapses into one of the definite states. That's quantum mechanics, basically. There's a differential equation describing how that goes. We really understand all that stuff. So when applied to computing, it took probably 30 years after Feynman's speech here that it was recognized there could be something new here, basically a quantum parallelism. So let me tell you that story. I see it as a good news, bad news, good news story. So the first piece of good news is that when you put a few qubits together, you get exponentially many configurations. So with one qubit, there are two possibilities, 2 bits. But with 3 qubits, there are 8 3-bit numbers, so you can store a superposition of all 8. And this is a little bit of quantum jargon. We have our own math. This symbol with a line in the bracket means that's the quantum state. It's abstract, just like TTL logic. It can represent really anything that's a 2-level system. We have 3 of them, and we can store 8 numbers simultaneously. And these 8 parameters are continuous. They follow a wave equation, and you can push on the system to make the wave equation sort of interfere and split and so forth. And the parallelism here is sort of drawn in a very crude way here with this black box. If we have a function, we can compute a single time and get 8 answers in a way. We can say compute the logarithm of the input, but if we have a superposition of 8 inputs, we've computed 8 logarithms with one computation. Okay, that's the good news. And with 3 qubits, it's not so interesting, as 8 is still a pretty small number. But with lots of qubits, even 300 qubits, that's a very small chunk of matter. If a qubit is a single atom or a single electron, 300 of those is still a tiny, tiny speck of matter. But with just 300 qubits, 2 to the power 300 is the number of configurations you can, in principle, represent and control. Well, that's a huge number. That's 10 to the 90th. That's more than the number of atoms in the universe. So it's not hypey to say that with a small quantum computer, you can do things that will always be impossible with classical computers because there's frankly not enough space in the universe. Okay, so that's really good news, of course. And I think Feynman probably was immediately aware of this. But the bad news is, remember I told you, when you measure a qubit, it collapses to a random value. And what good is a computer if you can't look at the output? So if you compute these 8 numbers or 2 to the 300 numbers, when you measure an output.
What's amazing about this video is that 333 people have watched this video and there's 123 subscribers on this channel. But an idiot like me makes those numbers look small, and an even bigger idiot makes my numbers look tiny. So literally only 300 people have ever watched this video. More people are watching this video through me right now than have asked to watch this video. And listen to what he's saying. 2 to the 300th. That's more than all the atoms in the universe. And somehow this quantum computer can hold or search through every combination to find an answer. Doesn't mean it's storing all that data? I don't think so. Because you'd create a black hole if you did that. But what is it doing? How could 300 qubits have that much power? It's an interesting question.
You're just going to get one of the outputs, and you have no idea which one. So it's a total noise-making machine, and it's no better off than.
I'm not sure if he's back or not, 1. 2, I mean, if he's quote unquote back, I mean, he has obligations vis-a-vis Duke that will be, he'll have to focus on. I think he clearly has had issues with IonQ's management. And I don't know if Damasi helps that or hurts that. Like most scientists, he's anti-hype. He's not always remained in an advisor role. At one point, he was the CEO. But I hear you. I don't think it's bullish or bearish. Chris is as great as he is. He's just one guy, and it takes more than one guy to really move a field. I do think I'd rather have him on my payroll than not have him on my payroll. That's for sure. And you could see Zuckerberg was willing to pay $30 billion, right, to get Sutskever on his payroll. And is Chris to quantum what Ilya is to AI? Possibly, yeah. Quite possibly. So it is somebody that you want on your team. Yeah, James, I would agree. I said earlier, maybe you weren't here, that if you're Nick, I wouldn't do it because I'm not an asshole. But if you're Nicolo, you might want to send a cease and desist and say, stop talking shit about the company you started. But you can't muzzle a scientist. I mean, if that's the way he feels, it's the way he feels, right? How could you, you're not a dictator. In a corporate environment, you're trying to do the best you can, not hide and smother negative opinion. If there's negative opinion, you got to go address the underlying cause of negative opinion, not limit it. You got to fix it. So, either way, I mean, I certainly think that the field is hot. There's a lot of people interested in factoring big numbers. But he says many times, what are the applications?
In a classical computer. So that's really bad news, of course. And as I said earlier,
I agree with that, Sandro, yeah.
In the 80s or 90s, it was recognized that there's something you can do before measurement that is the final piece of good news. And it's very hard to draw here. But imagine these input states, they all interfere because they follow a wave equation. These red dots are actually called.
I agree. I think he's on paper, senior advisor, but they might pay him 10 grand a month or something. I don't think I think he's kind of done with IonQ. I mean, every quantum place would want him, and I wouldn't be shocked if he starts a new company. I heard Chapman through the grapevine is starting a new company. So
quantum gates, and they're analogous to classical gates, like a NAND gate, for instance. And they allow
in Jiangmen, China, in the winter of 19.
They change these amplitudes, these weight factors of all the numbers, and there exist algorithms. Here's the statement, the final piece of good news. There exist algorithms that don't take so many of these gates that allow an interference, a massive interference to occur, where only one or a few answers are possible at the end. And then when you measure them, it's not so noisy. It might not be just one, but imagine we had 2 to the 300 inputs and we had something like 300 outputs. That's not so bad. Just repeat the experiment several thousand times and you'll get all 300 outputs. You'll get that distribution. And those outputs can depend on all 2 to the 300 inputs. So there exist algorithms that can be cast in this form. And this is really what quantum computers are at kind of a high level. Okay. Now I'm being very vague here because there are very few known algorithms that can be cast in this form. And in the 90s, we learned of one of them that's probably the most definite quantum algorithm, and that is Shor's algorithm.
We don't know why Chapman left. I think part of the reason was he made a lot of money, and I'm guessing Nicolo on the board didn't like what he was up to strategically. And the advice was to go do acquisitions. Chapman was slow about doing that, and then Nicolo showed up and did 5. I'm not sure it's helped the company, by the way. I'm not sure those acquisitions are useful.
For factoring numbers, you've probably heard of it. It makes factoring algorithmically easy, or at least not exponentially hard. I guess that's mathematicians call that easy. And well, we don't know that factoring is a hard problem classically, but there is no known or at least public classical algorithm that can factor.
So keep in mind, this is the last useful algorithm in quantum is 31 years old. So don't assume we're getting them cranked out every week.
Factor efficiently. And as you know, factoring, the difficulty of the factor.
Meme, once you've gotten your founder shares and most of your shares are vested as a CEO, the annual shares you get aren't that much. So a lot of people get out and go do something else. And again, I've heard he might start a new company where, look, I mean, INQ worked out really well. So if he starts a new company, I'm sure he'll raise capital. He can keep 30, 40% of the company, list it, go public, and do this all over again. Make billions.
Problem is what underlies almost all public key encryption systems, including RSA. So there are a lot of three-letter agencies and nation states that are very interested in quantum, I guess, to break codes. Here in the US, we know that NSA is really interested in this, not just to break codes, but to know when our existing codes are going to be useless. That's very important for them to know that. So the complexity of Shor's algorithm takes the best known classical factoring algorithm, which is the number field sieve. And as you can see, this is exponential in the number of bits that represents the number you're factoring. Well, it's not exact. I guess this is called super polynomial, but it's worse than any polynomial. And Shor's algorithm makes it a straight polynomial, n squared log n, something like that. This is a big deal. It really changes the complexity of a very important problem, but for us in quantum, we can identify at least one use case. Now, the problem, of course, n squared log n is still not great. To factor a big number, you need n is, 2,000 bits. So n squared is 10 million bits. Maybe you're doing error correction. You might need 1 billion bits to really factor an interesting number. So factoring, although we know exactly how it works, we know exactly the pattern of gates we need to build here. It's just way too hard for today's quantum computers. 1 billion bits, maybe 1 billion bits, maybe 10 billion operations. And right now we have the state of the art is maybe 100 qubits, maybe a few thousand operations. So we're way.
So think about this. This is the one thing that quantum's good for. And listen how far away we are.
Maybe you're doing error correction. You might need 1 billion bits to really factor an interesting number. Log n is still not great. To factor a big number, you need n is, 2,000 bits. So n squared is 10 million bits. Maybe you're doing error correction. You might need 1 billion bits to really factor an interesting number. So factoring, although we know exactly how it works, we know exactly the pattern of gates we need to build here. It's just way too hard for today's quantum computers. 1 billion bits, maybe 1 billion bits, maybe 10 billion operations. And right now we have the state of the art is maybe 100 qubits, maybe a few thousand operations. So we're way far away from that. Well, the good news is we just sort of started building these machines. And let me skip this part here. We were just building these machines, and there are a lot of problems that can be cast in the form where you have lots of inputs and only one output. For instance, any optimization problem, and there are lots of hard ones. Most of them are like combinatorial optimization problems are really hard if they have if there are a lot of variables.
I think it's pretty clear what he thinks. He's made it abundantly clear. And it's also pretty consistent with where the science is. Nobody's surprised by this, is what most people are saying. Wall Street and others, say something different. Yeah, Sarepta. Brutal. Wait, DeMassey got fired from Glue Mobile? They say DeMassey sold Glue Mobile. He makes it out that he was a big success with Glue Mobile. Oh, whatever you think, John. Possibly. Maybe you're right. I don't think they're losing much money, actually. I talked about Sarepta a couple days ago. I mean, look, I'm long. It's 5% of my account right now. That's it. There's not much else to say. Hopefully it's not 50% of your account or something like that. But I like it. Well, just getting orphan drug status doesn't mean anything. I'm an orphan drug expert. I built orphan drug biotech companies. So I like orphan drugs, but just getting the status doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I sold it to short INMB. Because the massive margin penalties for Schwab, I'm basically just treating that 20K like it doesn't exist. Well, listen, on your long book, you're going to have some stocks that just fucking crush you. You know, that's part of investing, especially in biotech. About 5% right now. Nicole and Rachel are gone. I think they probably, for part of the Peter Marks crowd and the cleaning house. There's new FDA people in charge, and that's that. S&P down 60 basis points. Has fallen pretty heavily here. Circle's still up 8%. Unbelievable strength. HIMS as well. I did, Billy, but then I'm gonna do this INMB for the next few days. I'm not holding off on the INMB short. I'm going ham. I mean, listen, I don't think you should have a 50% of your portfolio in Sarepta, but I think you could have 10%, 15%, depending on your risk tolerance. Yeah, Vincent, that's better P&L than me, but you know, I got my process. It's worked for me. I am long Sarepta, yes. Yeah, which brokers you check, Artemis? Not short circle yet. I definitely do want a short circle, but I'm mostly just waiting for this INMB to play out. Then I'll jump back in size in the other positions. But, you know, I want to get this account back into the green. Not really New York Islanders. I know he's wants his own Berkshire Hathaway. I don't know if he has the temperament for it. I don't know, Alex. I mean, I think this is the absolute bottom. Like, the PMOs are worth a lot. But we can work on that. But right now, it's all hands on deck for INMB because that company is reporting Alzheimer's data any day now. Yeah, absolutely, Ace. I know people who are. It depends on what you care about, JCap. I'm not sure, Pete. The CFO hinted that they're around break even right now. So I'm not 100% sure. Maybe. He said they have liquidity. No, Barry got lucky and tried to be a biotech stock picker. He did really well with Sarepta. Not so great with Cassava, although briefly he was up a lot in Cassava. He's just a stock guy. Anavex comp approval could be any month now. We know it's not June. They could try to massage the data, of course. That's funny, Don. Yeah, he's an old Wall Street guy, basically. He's been around Wall Street his whole life, real old goat. I did not close my quantum shorts. No. I'm very excited about my quantum shorts. This bubble is ending. This bubble is ending soon. John Doe, are these puts you speak of, like they're better than short selling, you think? Please tell me. Tell me, please. They can definitely report over the weekend. They can report anytime they want. I didn't think it was I don't think it's a mistake. I think the Shkreli Pill or Shkreli Planet kind of caught a clip that was a little bit different. The conclusion was a little bit different. I think in hindsight, you know, of course, if a position is negative, it's a mistake. But the question is really about, is it a mistake fundamentally? You know, would I rather have shorted these stocks at a higher price? Of course. I don't like being down a lot. I don't like being down 30% or 40%. But I also recognize that I can't necessarily control the timing. In hindsight, of course, I would have gone long and then stalled it and then gone short. But I don't have a crystal ball, and I can only go on what I understand and what I believe, which is these companies are worthless. So is it technically a mistake? Absolutely. But is it a mistake in my research or something like that? Absolutely not. I'm still very confident in the position. Yeah, it's semantics. The momentum is disappearing. I agree, but the market's down and these stocks are not down much, so they're still showing some resilience. We'll see. Again, the day to day is not the most important thing. Nunalex, I'm also developing a financial information platform called Godel. You should check it out, godelterminal.com. Farcoin at below $1 is interesting. I just saw that, Lawson, yeah. QBT is just the stupidest fucking one, man. I want to talk to their CEO. Ultimately caused dissociation of the NF kappa B, I kappa B complex. Constitutive DNA binding activity. Those studies are actually ongoing. They're actually going to result. They're going to read out. Oh. Is the enrollment done? Complete? Yeah, of course I've looked at GenMab. Clinuvel could be exciting. But I was asking, do you know if the Sarepta trials for the PMOs are all fully enrolled? I don't know about that one, Yazin. I don't know about that one. That Tobinic guy seems kind of crazy. I don't know. I wouldn't speculate about buyouts. Maybe this is a good cartoon to start with. Yeah, I like this. I like that. Oh, that's a good drug. Don't try to help me out in the stock market. The stock market's got billions of dollars. I'm not sure you could help me out. Don't worry about that. Essence, fully enrolled. What about Ediplerson? "96 weeks. When did this thing get fully enrolled?" It's a 2-year study. Just read as much literature as you can. You will figure it out. Quantum stocks are up a little bit, except for Rigetti. CoreWeave's up, Circle's up, HIMS is up, Momentum's in the house. Even Palantir only down a tiny fraction. Ohado Nut. Yeah, I once the stock goes to 1, I'll make around 3, 4, 5 million bucks. probably donate it. Does that work for you? Cocksucker. Now you're making me use dirty language. There's kids watching. Shh. You want to know the difference between me and you? This is the difference between you and me, okay? This is you on the subway.
Watching your wallet, blood. Whoa. How about that? Come by the Plaza Hotel. I got work for you. Ask for Frank White.
So, probably violating my prison protocol, but the guy that movie was based on was a guy I went to prison with. Great. How crazy is that? Ask for Joe Springer. Come to the Baggy Discord. Ask for Joe Springer. I got bags for you. Yeah, he's serving a life sentence. He was the only guy in my whole prison who had life. My prison was not for people who had life. Yeah, I'm proud of going to prison. Why not, Beverly? He's a very old man at this point. But he's tall as hell. That guy was like 6'5". Tall old man. No, the guy's definitely a legend, but maybe not in the way you want to be a legend. There's no real Frank White. The movie is based on him. I had shebangs, yeah. Shebangs are really gross. I'd rather short QUBT. Wow, look at these stocks rallying. No reason. Trash companies. Current P&L is on the upper right. My positions are pretty simple. I'm long Sarepta, I'm short all the quantum stocks, and I'm short INMB. I think is my biggest short. That's cool, Beverly. Now, were you ever in a line of work that predisposes you to prison? Are you important enough for people to pay attention to you? I mean, if you're a truck driver, going to prison is probably not going to happen, especially a federal prison. You're not important enough for anybody to care about you. But if you're President Trump, you get indicted 4 times because people hate you. Michael Milken. Charles Kushner. Martha Stewart even. We live in a weird time. It's a very vindictive, politically charged time. Maybe help, Leon. It might help. It might just help. First day in was lit. It's exciting. It's the 734th day that's not so much fun. Just practice anything long enough, you'll be good at it. Yeah, Morgan Stanley did the IPO. It was a little rough at first, and all the demand went crazy. Good for them, man. I'm happy for them. I never shorted CoreWeave. There's this one idiot who's like this crazy. He's so crazy. He's like Springer, Like, I collect these retards. Right now, I'm the retard. Fucking INQ's up. But I collect these retards. This guy's called Nobody Special Finance. Watch this guy. Gotta subscribe. Nobody Special Finance. Here, let me give you this. He's almost got as many subscribers as I do. Look at this.
This is Aiden Toner Rogers. He's a 26-year-old PhD student at MIT and the author of some groundbreaking research that showed scientists at a large US firm who were using artificial intelligence tools were wildly successful in discovering new materials, filing new patents, and generating new prototypes. His work was widely publicized by prestigious institutions, media outlets, and of course the AI bros were all pumping this study, claiming that this was proof that AI would...
Yeah, I used to trade Dendrion way back when. This guy is bearish on AI. He's not just bearish on GPUs and CoreWeave and NVIDIA. He's bearish on AI. This guy's got it like, you think I got it wrong. At least this guy doesn't trade because he'd be down 50,000x.
Would soon be doing its own science. But there's just one problem. Aiden Toner Rogers is a fraud. He made it all up. For all we know, the lab and the scientists in it don't even exist, and I just freaking love this story. It's the perfect example of how otherwise credible people have just totally bought into this AI hype hook, line, and sinker without anything resembling skepticism, and that has created an environment where crooks and frauds can thrive. What's up, guys? I'm Nobody Special, and this story begins on December 29th of last year with this article in...
Does anybody think AI is like a scam? Like it doesn't work? This here, CoreWeave exposed.
What's up, guys? I'm Nobody Special, and we have a special guest with us today. We have Gil Loria, who is the head of technology research at D.A. Davidson, and we are talking about my favorite company in the world to talk about, AI darling CoreWeave. And Gil, you are one of the few people in anywhere in the world of finance that has bothered to look under the hood in this company rather than just repeating hype talking points from executives. And I saw you on CNBC yesterday, and I really wanted to bring you onto the channel to elaborate on some of the things that you mentioned in that interview yesterday. So welcome, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks for having me.
It's my pleasure. And so let's just get right into this. You were in this interview yesterday. You were presenting the bear case for CoreWeave. You were opposite Brent Thill from Jefferies.
No. He's skeptical of AI. He doesn't think AI is useful. It's hilarious.
He's an analyst over there. By the way, guys, if you want to watch the full clip, I'll put a link in the description down below from CNBC. You guys can go see the full story if you want to get that for yourselves. But I want to start here with this first segment from the interview that you did yesterday, because there were some pretty powerful things that you said just in those first few seconds here.
Gil, CoreWeave reminds me of nothing more than Supermicro 5 quarters ago. Is that fair?
Oh, it's a lot worse than that. This is somewhere between the meme stock like AMC and GameStop and Enron. It's really an off-balance sheet arrangement from NVIDIA.
All right, so there's a lot of loaded phrases in there to begin with. You know, GameStop, AMC, Enron, Supermicro. Let's just take these one at a time. The first.
There's a lot of players involved here at every level, from the ownership in NVIDIA, NVIDIA's ownership in CoreWeave, the backing of this line of credit, the size of this line of credit, and that produced this outsized beat. How NVIDIA has gotten to where it is might be worthy of some more investigation.
What's up?
How did NVIDIA got to where it is? Bro, the product of the companies is intelligence. That's literally the product. It's intelligence in a box. We've never had this kind of a product before. Who are these people, bro?
What's up, guys? I'm Nobody Special, and I have a special guest with us today. We have the founder and chief investment officer of Leduc Trading. Samantha Leduc is here with us today, and Samantha has something fantastic to talk to us about with NVIDIA and their big new client that nobody's ever heard of, CoreWeave. Samantha, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me on your show.
Thank you so much for being here. I mean, you were on Bloomberg yesterday talking about China, and now here you are on YouTube talking about little old me. So thank you so much for making the time to be with us today, because I think you stumbled upon something pretty incredible. I found it on Twitter last Friday was when I first reached out to you. And shortly after I reached out to you and talked about it, I actually had some of my followers started emailing me your tweets. I had some of my Patreon followers sent it to me. Some of the folks on Twitter were sending it to me. So that tweet was getting a lot of attention. I'm going to bring that up on the screen right now. And let's just talk a little bit about what's going on here. First of all, it started with this tweet from Brandon PM. And Brandon is pointing out here that CoreWeave, which is NVIDIA's big client, took out $2.3 billion loan collateralized by $2.3 billion of NVIDIA's H100 chips. And those are their big GPUs that power AI servers. And then
I mean, this is hilarious how this guy could miss the forest for the trees. So this is a company that, let's just take a look here, that now has 44 billion a quarter in revenue. It's grown revenue. Just the Q1 revenue has gone from 8 billion to 7 billion to 26 billion to 44 billion. CoreWeave has a customer list that's like full capacity. Like, there's nothing weird or shaky about any of this.
He says how Blackstone, BlackRock, and Magnetar bought $2.3 billion of NVIDIA chips, which just happens to be the exact $2.3 billion in their data center beat on that magnificent quarter that they just posted. And then he said,
I mean, it's pretty magnificent when you fucking grow revenue 300%. Like, what's wrong with this guy?
As a fun fact, CoreWeave, located in Las Vegas, the U.S. growth NVIDIA mention is BS. And then you caught on to this right away, and you tweeted this one out. And this tweet kind of is really where you got the gears turning here. You say, and you thought NVIDIA pulled forward demand based on Biden's China policy, which I think is in reference to the belief that maybe NVIDIA sold a lot of chips because the China embargo isn't quite in place yet, and so maybe they pulled forward some demand. But really, it was CoreWeave.
Of orders was the expectation, but not as much as was reported. Continue, yes.
Okay.
How many times has this stock gone up since these guys started talking about it? It's the cringest thing I've seen. CoreWeave's up 5x? I mean, I think CoreWeave's a short, but they think it's like this fake company that is a shell. Like, they started saying is a shell company. Oh my God. Listen, if a stock went from 14 to 140 and I was short, I'd probably just jump out the window. I was wrong on like the biggest trend in technology in decades, maybe even in a century. Probably the reason you're taking criticism from me is I'm more successful than you'll ever be. AI has changed the world. It's a $3 trillion company. Look, CoreWeave's a freaking... My buddy sold his company to CoreWeave. He's a billionaire now. 86 billion market cap. Jeez. Oh, you can call up if you can. I think you are afraid. I've challenged you to debate many times. What's the best way to do like a Google webcast? Let's go. I'm ready for debate. Google Meet. Let me see here. New meeting. Create a new meeting. Start an instant meeting. Oh, I'm gonna get back into camera problems again. Check, check. Ugh, can't use your camera. Check, 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 check. Yeah, I have the same old fucking problem. But don't disappear now that we got the webcast. Oh, that's not. Oh, okay, that's not the same nobody. That's a shame. I wish it was the same guy. That'd be sick. Unfortunately, it's not. It's not him. But let me see if I could send an invite. Well, I just need an email to invite you. I don't know how to use this fucking thing. That's a fake channel. He's probably just going to scream when he gets connected. He's going to be like, ah! Nobody, still a nobody. Check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Oh, what's cool is that it does work for one of these. I do have audio. Okay. Let me know if that works. Yeah, I don't expect this guy to understand technology. Do you want a phone number? I still like it. I still am having fun, even though it's a troll.
Ready to connect. Click connect to show now. You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface. Audio recording is on. Dual channel.
This thing is so loud. I do think it's going to 7 trillion or more. Springer. I don't know, Carlos. Good question. Do those stocks not go down? If those stocks don't go down, we could just go long every stock under 150 and make free profits. I think you're onto something. Do small caps outperform or underperform? Yeah, you can call about Immune if you want. Also, if we could just buy all small caps and wait. That's the plan. Oh, wow. Oh, Hadonut has some brilliant insights into D-Wave. He's going to show us how to efficiently implement Grover on an annealer. This man is an expert at optimization. He's a Garobi pro. Don't know Digital Bridge. Oh, this is the Thailand guy again. I think it's Springer. It's got to be Springer if he's from Thailand. He's called 15 times. This guy's a lunatic. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Martin. Are you there?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. This software fucking sucks, man. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Google thing works, but this thing doesn't. I don't know if you guys have a technical workaround here, but it's so brutal. Let me see if I could try this. Hold on, let me try this. Hold on.
Hey, Martin.
Ready to connect. Click Connect to show now. You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface. Audio recording is on. Dual channel.
Hey, can you hear me? I just can't hear you.
Ready to connect. Click connect to show now. You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface. Audio recording is on. Dual channel.
Hey, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hey, man. Yeah, you got me.
Perfect. What's up? Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, man. It's great to meet you.
So what's up?
Yeah, man. I just wanted to like kind of walk through some this immune bio. I mean, I think it's interesting, and you pointed out a lot of the kind of critical flaws with it. But that said, from like a mechanistic perspective, I think it just has, maybe more than a 40% chance, closer to like 50-50 at this point.
Okay.
Which is like not really reflected, I think, and it just makes the short a little scary and makes more sense as like a small long.
Okay.
I can kind of walk you through why I think that. I don't know if you have any kind of questions or you want to direct it anywhere, but
not really. I mean, I'm pretty confident in my short. I don't think it has a chance to succeed, but that's what makes a market. If we could both win at the same time, I would love that. But one of us is going to be right, one of us is going to be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's speculative, and like to your point with your short thesis, like these Alzheimer's trials fail, and this one's particularly short and small, and the predicate data isn't that strong. That said, like I think there's a lot of mechanistic rationale why this could work. And there's also some data from like the TNF alpha inhibitors that suggest this is preventative. And I think the one data point that is like most interesting to me is it's coming from this 2017 Nature article coming from Ben Baer's lab. It's titled "Neurotoxic Reactive Astrocytes Are Induced by Activated Microglia." Essentially,
okay, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, that paper kind of mechanistically lays out potentially how it is that amyloid is causing neurotoxicity.
Wouldn't this apply to MS?
No, because the MS is kind of like an autoimmune. It reacts to antibodies that are like mistargeted, right?
T cells too.
Yeah, there's also T cells, but it's still like misappropriated immune targeting, right? Whereas this is just like amyloid beta shouldn't really be in the brain. Part of the process of sleep every night is, I don't know if you've heard of the glymphatic system.
Dude, I've been in biotech 25 years.
Yeah, so like, it's becoming more clear, I think mechanistically, at least to me, that the brain is supposed to clear its junk that it accumulates during the day from just normal processing and being awake. And the way it does that is by shrinking the neurons and then kind of pumping through like delta waves and beta waves, whatever, all of the junk out of the parenchyma and into the veins and the vessels, and it gets kind of flushed out. And the problem is when you don't have a good flushing process, that leads to accumulation, and then that accumulation eventually chokes out the organ and kills it.
What does this have to do with TNF?
So what that has to do with TNF is like a lot of the risk factors for developing Alzheimer's disease are either neuroinflammatory, as identified by GWAS, and also from an environmental perspective,
I thought it was ApoE.
Related.
I'm sorry if I'm cutting
you off. No, ApoE is also kind of a neuroinflammatory lipid.
I think ApoE is the main thing that's really the only thing that's kind of been valuable.
If you look at like GWAS studies from like, there's one in Nature Genetics from 2014, and there's been several others.
I mean, you don't need to look at any studies, right? ApoE is the main thing people focus on from a genetics perspective. I mean, that is the cardinal, other than autosomal dominant, ApoE is it, right? I mean, that's the thing.
No, there's others, and if you were
Okay,
to,
so you're telling me that when you go to get a gene panel, ApoE is not the most important contributor to familial Alzheimer's.
so I'm saying it's very important, but I'm saying it's also part of this neuroinflammatory cascade that's happening.
But in terms of the most important gene for familial Alzheimer's.
Yeah, it's the most important one, but the way it works is through this neuroinflammatory cascade. It's
You think
sort
so?
of it's inconsistent with what I'm saying. Yeah.
How do you think it's neuroinflammatory? What part of it do you think? What's its job?
So there's a paper that actually goes into the mechanism of this.
But is it a transcription factor? Is it a protein that does something specific? Pretty sure it has like a very specific function.
It's like a lipid, right?
Right.
It's found in so I think it has to do with this stability of these like endothelial cells or the membranes as part of like lymphatic clearance. And so what I'm trying to get to, right? Let me just kind of finish what I was trying to say. The lymphatic system is meant to clear out the brain. If you don't have good clearance over the course of decades, you eventually accumulate all this junk and it kills the brain. There's a lot of risk factors with respect to neuroimmune genes like ApoE and BIN1 and IBO. There's a lot of these markers that have been kind of accumulating on microglia and astrocytic genes more than neuronal cells. And then the other risk factors involve like cardiovascular risk factors. So people who have diabetes, people who have statins. And so basically you have kind of a motivation to keep those vessels nice and clean and open. And so back to this mechanistic paper from 2017, basically this is coming out of Ben Baer's lab. And it's kind of a shame because Ben Baer's published this in 2017, kind of shaking up the world a little bit, and then he actually died that year from pancreatic cancer, and there hasn't been a lot of follow-up. There's been a few papers here and there, but it's kind of tough when you lose the leader in the space. But what he found is that these amyloid species kind of start to accumulate in the brain, and then that leads to activation of the microglia, and then eventually up the astrocytes, and together they start to kill off the neurons. And he found, if you look at, I don't know if you have it open.
Yeah.
If you look at like figure 1A, there's like kind of two distinct types of astrocytes that he found, this like A1 and A2. And it's the A1s that are actually neurotoxic, right? And the whole paper kind of goes into the mechanistic drivers of these A1 cells and their killing capacity, and they're dependent on IL-1 alpha, TNF, and C1q, whereas these other A2 non-killing astrocytes just don't have these expressed at all. And then kind of later on in the paper, they go on to prove that like just activating these three factors is necessary and sufficient to create kind of killing astrocytes. So I don't know, like maybe, X-Pro is just one of those three legs of the stool. It's maybe not enough. But I think it's certainly interesting. And then, going back to X-Pro and the design of the trial itself, I think one of the criticisms is rightfully so, is like, this is a 200 patient study over 6 months or so, which is like, basically lecanemab and Kasuna are like 2,000 in like 2 years. But actually, if you look closely at the data, lecanemab would have hit stat sig or been very close to it at 6 months.
With a lot of patients.
With 2,000 patients, that's for sure. But INMune had an interim analysis, right? And they looked at like the standard deviation, and they saw that it was consistent with their powering assumptions. So I think, at least that's behaving okay. And then the other thing is they're enriching their trial for patients who are thought to be kind of like super responders or super progressors. And so they have things like ApoE positivity, they have diabetics, they have elevated ESR, which is like an inflammatory biomarker, and elevated CRP. And you have to have like, one of these 5 markers, and like 20% of them have double, or at least 2 of them. And so like you have this kind of setup where you're accumulating patients that are probably on a rapid progression because of just how sick they are from a cardiovascular perspective to Alzheimer's progression. At the same time, like with lecanemab was pretty close, or if not likely to hit stat sig at 6 months. And so like this drug, I think we know from the science paper, and I think he did a lot of good work on this, is definitely active. And so the question is not, is this a real drug? It's more like, does it work? And I think there's just enough tidbits here, including their own, like, albeit weak biomarker data, to suggest this thing is definitely anti-inflammatory, and it potentially could be doing something, as evidenced by like some of the MRI scans where they see like more white matter remyelination, and the reductions in like NFL, neurofilament light protein, and as well as some of the other inflammatory markers. I think there is still a question of like, does it need to get into the brain? And on that point, like, I'm not sure that it matters that much. Maybe the little amount that does get into the brain should be enough. But if you look at like, the TNF alpha inhibitors, those therapies are able to like reduce the incidence of Alzheimer's in patients with RA, with rheumatoid arthritis, and they're not getting into the brain.
That's a lot of that's a little bit of a dubious statement, but
no, I mean there was a paper published in PLOS One a couple of years ago.
Was it a prospective clinical trial?
No,
okay.
No, it was
just
like
making sure I didn't miss anything.
like it was basically looking at tens of thousands of just patient data from like EHR or whatever. Where basically
you can't
take
take
a
the
cohort.
You can't take the EHR data to the FDA and get approval, right?
No. What I'm saying is like there's evidence to suggest that these TNF antibodies are protective against Alzheimer's. And yeah, it's not high quality data. That's what I'm saying, is like this whole story is like standing up on like twigs and like
Well,
pieced together with like staples and bubblegum, but
yeah,
it is like it's definitely like enticing. And I think with like a 5-to-1 payout, I don't know that, like, that basically implies, I guess, like maybe 20% chance that it's successful. And I think it might be. I think it's a little better than that.
Yeah, you could say it's a 100-to-1 payout. You could say it's a 2-to-1 payout. I mean, that's kind of an arbitrary.
No, but on the day of, it probably goes to $1 billion, right?
I don't know. You could go to 10 billion. I really don't know.
I mean,
it's hard to say.
I think it's hard to say for sure. I mean, the thing is like massively shorted, and no one thinks it's going to work. It's definitely going to zero if it fails.
You think so?
Or like, yeah, it'll go to cash.
Do you think like what happens to you if you think they say that they need more time to analyze the data, the primary endpoint was not met, but they're encouraging trends? What do you think happens?
I think the Emax needs to kind of have a strong trend.
Like better than 0.1 maybe, or 0.2, or?
I mean, they think they can hit stats if you talk to them.
No, I know. I'm sure they think they can. They designed the study that way. But in terms of,
it needs to be compelling enough, because like these guys need cash,
and
is
that
they don't have
0.1 or 0.2 or?
If it's, I think it has to be like 0.3.
0.03 or 0.3?
0.3.
So 0.3 or better.
Yeah, like on the delta basis.
No, I'm talking about p-value.
Oh, p-value. Oh, let's see. Let me pull up my stats here. I think it also depends on if they present the curves, right? I don't know that you can really get away with anything less than 0.1.
Yeah, I'd agree with
Anything
that.
more than 0.1. Yeah. So I think it has to be pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's a chance that the general. I mean, by the way, are you an institutional investor or?
Yeah.
Okay, but you haven't filed on the stock or 13F or anything.
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, this is more like fun, you know. Like the fact that I'm like even chatting with you, and I just wanted to take the opportunity because it's
Why I'm such a little guy?
No, not because
Okay.
of that. Because like it's like not really
this
good
isn't.
business practice to give off your like edge, you know.
Yes. I mean, I talk to a lot of hedge funds, but regardless.
No, but you know what I mean. Like it just complicates the setup to like
A little bit.
be over.
Depends. Yeah. I mean,
depends.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case, there's no shortage of long opportunity if you believe in it, right? So.
But that's what I'm saying is like I just think that every data point is very weak, but it all trends in the right direction. And even like I think you did a good job of looking at that neurology paper where they looked at the Enbrel in these patients in the UK, and it was like touted to be a failure by the industry. But I think you kind of saw that, hey, there's like an effect here, and
I wouldn't say there's an effect, but it's worth putting magnifying glass on.
Right, exactly. And so that's the point. Is just like, who knows? Like it's probably 50-50 or so, probably maybe worse than that, but it's not like 10 to 15%. I don't think.
Yeah.
And so that those are the kinds of like small bets you kind of make, and it's like certainly better than a lottery ticket.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously have a difference of opinion. One of the things that concerns me is their cytokine panel. So the panel showed that at the highest dose, they reduced some of those cytokines that are in the paper you showed me by only 10 or 15%. And we all know that TNF is just a mediator of gene expression. That does not actively do anything, right? It's a downstream effector, just like NF-kappa B or even IL-6 or IL-1. And the genes that it's supposed to turn on or off, it's not really moving the expression needle very much. Is 10% cytokine changes enough? That seems to me like maybe a day of drinking. Is it enough to really move the needle?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I'd say that like it's 10 to 15% on average, and they have other ones that are standing out there in like the 25-40% range. Who knows if they picked the right ones? Like this is also CSF. Like what is the baseline level of that versus what is it at the local tissue level? I just think like
they also didn't do a placebo group in this phase 1, so you can't even trust this 10% data.
Yeah.
I mean, what if this is
you can assume the 0.3 mg per kg is like placebo, right? Because it probably doesn't have much of an effect.
Yeah, well, they didn't even show all the data. In fact, like you really do need a placebo. I mean, I've designed some drugs, done a lot of trials. It's pretty good to have it doesn't cost much. Just do a trial with some data that shows you, because like actually the PK tells you that 0.3 is probably active as well. And 0.6 is definitely active. Where's that data? So I feel like
it's there.
Well, they've never published anything. Which is wonderful, because we know how that works out. And I would assume it's not for lack of trying. I mean, how hard is it to publish phase 1 data in some cruddy journal? Like,
I asked them that, and they basically were like, we prioritize on other things, which is like not a great answer. And I agree with you. It's like totally sketchy. Yeah, it's kind of clowny and sketchy. And the thing is, though, that they like kind of bootstrap this whole thing. Like they own most of the company, and like they kind of just scrapped together $4 or $5 million and like did this thing. it's a pet project. They're running out of Boca Raton. Like, there's a lot of yellow flags here. But it's just so sexy from like a biology perspective.
We can talk about that too in a second, but in terms of like the phase 1 data, very, very modest change in cytokine, and that's kind of cherry picking because was the 0.6 data that didn't lower cytokine levels, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like up a little bit to flat.
So I don't know how many medicines that at 0.6. One, I appreciate the conversation. None of this is ad hominem whatsoever. So don't take any of this personally, and vice versa. This is a great conversation. It's obvious that you're not one of these crazies in their Discord. But if 0.6x of a dose does something that 1.0x of a dose doesn't do, that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's not too many medicines that work that way.
Yeah, but do you think the drug is not active, or you think it's not active in the brain?
It could be. Well, the only readout we have to go off of, right, is this panel. And if the drug in that...
And the tau data.
We'll look at that in a second next. But starting with the panel, if this is a legitimate assay, 0.6 should show just as much effect as 1.0. Now, of course, as you know, and everybody knows, there's some like saturable gradient that you might have to overcome, right? Like there are drugs that don't work, and once they reach a threshold, they start working. But it would seem like the 0.6 is very, very close to 1.0. It's a very small difference, not even a doubling of the drug. And the effect at 1 mg is not very high. In fact, I would say it's placebo-like. So to me, that data is enough to say that you're not getting target engagement. Target engagement should just jump off the screen, right? Biological result, you can wait on that. But the way I was taught to make medicine is, you try to find the target engagement. And, this is like, especially without a placebo group, you look at the other doses as, okay, do these engage the target? And, usually you do some different, like 0.3, 0.6, 1.0. They did a 3.0 in cancer, interestingly. They decided to back off that dose. Not sure why. But it seems to me like, I'm not sure they found their target engagement. But they went ahead anyway with the phase 2. At least on the cytokine panel, I'm a little mystified.
Yeah, it's junky. That's very fair criticism. It's really crappy.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate it. We could talk about the biology then. Okay, so biology. So you're familiar with my...
Well, what about the tau data? Like, what do you think about that?
I don't even have their data because like it's scattered across like hundreds of fucking little presentations that no longer even exist.
Oh, you can look at the corporate deck.
Yeah, it's just like this isn't. It's like so cruddy. Sure. But while I look that up, talking about biology, I'm sure you're familiar with my prednisone thesis.
Yeah, I saw that. It's a good point, but prednisone on its own is like can cause like delirium and like has like a lot of other issues with it.
But on a mean basis, it does not. The average person does not lose their mind when they take prednisone.
But people who are like, on the cusp of losing their mind do tend to have more side effects.
Yeah, I don't know. That's sort of like a bit of an unpublished statement. I think that the acceleration of delirium or deliria with dementia, it's actually fairly rare. I do think there are side effects with long-term prednisone, which is why we don't give it. But you would think the master switch drug that sort of encompasses TNF, it's not a good thing that it doesn't seem to help. It's not like the second you pop a prednisone, you start losing your mind. We all know that's not the case.
It kind of does. Like, people get delirious.
Do
They
you?
get confused, disoriented.
You've
change
taken
their
prednisone,
awareness.
right?
I haven't taken it, but I've taken other weaker ones, and it definitely, for me anyway, at least, makes me a little manic.
Yeah, it can have different psychiatric effects like that, but I think
Yeah.
it doesn't turn you into demented. I mean, that's fairly rare, and there's dose reduction and stuff like that, but ultimately, I think that the gradient of how much immunosuppression and anti-inflammatory are you getting out of prednisone, interrupting the disease process versus it's doing that so heavy that it's causing dementia. I'm not sure that those are the same ends of the same curve, right? So like, I think you almost want it. I don't think it's a good sign that, one, TNFs don't help you in MS. Two, TNFs, or the little bit of data we have in TNFs in Alzheimer's is murky. And then three, steroids don't seem to help you, in Alzheimer's. In many other auto-inflammatory like NSAIDs, COX-2, et cetera, they don't help either. And by the way, as you know, I'm trying to read every paper on TNF-alpha and Alzheimer's. There were many, many people that did these little preclinical studies of, atorvastatin cures the mouse with Alzheimer's. Naproxen cures the mouse with Alzheimer's. Celecoxib cures the mouse with Alzheimer's. And of course, all those trials didn't replicate in humans. Despite huge trials, there wasn't even a trend. In prednisone, I mean, it seems to accelerate, dementia, which to me seems to suggest that maybe you do need TNF-alpha in the brain to help clear cellular debris, including, through lymphatics. You want some, of the TNF death receptor properties that are going to help you grab all this broken stuff and throw it away. Otherwise, you might actually get more accumulation of this stuff and get yourself into way more trouble. So, to me, if this was really all an inflammation problem, naproxen, celecoxib, steroids, something might work in that vein. I think Alzheimer's could be very, very different, and we just don't know what's going on, whether it's complement or it could be something like, iron related. It could be ferroptosis kind of thing. It could be one of these things where it's autophagy kind of ubiquitome related. We just don't really know, and we also don't know when you can start treatment and when do these things flip maybe from being beneficial in the case of TNF to being not beneficial. It's just a lot of question marks, and I'm not sure these guys have done a great job of answering any of it. It's not the worst thesis I've ever seen. I mean, it's not cassava. Cassava was worse.
Yeah, right. That just didn't even have a mechanism. It was just like a dart on the wall. Okay. I mean, some of those are fair points. I don't know if you've seen these meta-analyses with like NSAID exposure and reduced Alzheimer's risk.
Yes.
I mean, those are kind of interesting. And
there are data that failed to replicate.
Did you see this New Amsterdam this week?
What they do?
They have this drug obicetrapib that helps with.
I'm familiar with it.
Or I think it was last week. But they have a cohort in their trial.
Alzheimer's cohort.
Disease. Yeah, and they showed some preservation there. With a biomarker. I mean, and then like there's the GLP-1 study that's running this year, and that should read out like around fourth quarter. We know that GLP-1 helps a lot with the cardiovascular risk, but also reduces things like CRP, just kind of downstream of these inflammatory things. So I hear you on the prednisone thing. I just think like prednisone is napalm, and prednisone doesn't help with like heart attack, but aspirin does. You know what I mean?
My experience in this world is that when you have nothing to go on, you have to go to the next best thing. And the next best thing gives you some tea leaves. Like, hey, they tried deep immunosuppression and Alzheimer's didn't work. They tried deep auto-inflammatory and Alzheimer's didn't work. So I think a lot of pharma say is, like, even with the million X upside for Humira or for Immunex and Amgen and all these companies, like, it's still not worth Now, look, pharma's stupid as hell. You know, they make mistakes all the time. But you know, I know the AbbVie guys. They are not stupid. I'm surprised they never did a study of Humira. Maybe it's because of BBB stuff, but it's still surprising because you would think you could do a peripheral sync where you solubilize the peripheral TNF and then you create a concentration gradient from the BBB. This is what, of course, the A-beta antibodies did. Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, it's not the worst idea in the world, for sure. It's just a question of, like, you know, as well as anybody, how many nodes there are in the autoimmune landscape. You can do IL-1, you could do IL-6, you could do TREM2, you could do NF-kappa B. You know, there's 100 ways to interrogate the immune system. Which one is the one that's going to win?
Right.
If any. And going through it one trial at a time, praying for serendipity, that's like a, you know, I mean, it's definitely begs the question of, like, do you look at the world as, like, you know, I'm writing the lotto ticket, or do you look at the world as, like you're saying, like, if it's a 30% chance of success, I mean, you would buy these every day, but you also do need to hit at some point. we you know, at least for Alzheimer's, we haven't hit yet, and it could start. I mean, they didn't hit for obesity for a long time, and now we got all kinds of great mechanisms for obesity. So,
yeah, I'm not really sure where to respond, but
fine.
I mean, I think if you think it's like, you know, if you think it's like 30 to 40% chance, and it's actually 30 to 40% chance, and you know, you make a 5x off of that, and yeah, you do take those every time. It's kind of Bayesian, right? You have to make sure you're actually swinging at 30 to 40% chance events.
And you get some, you know, you're getting the privates, you're getting, you know, the big pharma bets that you don't really get exposure to. So, like, this is like one bet, but, you know, Elector was another, but a bunch of these are like either not for profit or they're inside big pharma. So, like, you might get that 30, 40% at Lilly.
And on the pharma side, like, I would say that they're pretty, like, risk averse. Like, these BD guys,
I agree.
like, don't really want to take a lot of risks, even the R&D guys. And there's not really a market for Alzheimer's just yet. I mean, we had the whole aducanumab, or Aduhelm and lecanemab debacles with the FDA. And I think part of the reason the FDA was, you know, eager to push those through is because if you don't approve anything for Alzheimer's, no one's going to develop anything.
Right.
So, you know, to have, like, at least a pathway on something that's crappy but has, like, signals of efficacy kind of starts to make that market. And, you know, that only happened in the last couple of years. So for like AbbVie and Pfizer to, like, not push the immune thesis in Alzheimer's isn't, like, that surprising.
Yeah. I mean, I think some have tried, right? Abbott, not AbbVie more, but Abbott has definitely gone into this territory. I think Lilly, you know, is pretty aggressive, but Lilly partnered with my friend's privately held company, extremely early stage. So I think there's some people interested. I mean, Biogen did a few things.
It's just early days.
Yeah, I think that if it were me, I would do a 5-year clinical trial. I would do 1,000 patients, and I would do it as subclinical as possible. But, you know, reality is it's really hard to do that way. And as I constructed this, like, panel of all autoimmune drugs and where they've been tested, it's a really fascinating thing because I thought I knew this space. I mean, this is like half of all biopharma, you know, is autoimmune, autoinflammatory. And what's interesting is, you know, I thought at some point Biogen tried to do or wanted to do VLA4 Tysabri for Alzheimer's because it makes a ton of sense. And they didn't. I thought maybe you try CD20 for Alzheimer's. Never been tried. So you haven't tried B cells or T cells. And
yeah, but the microglia are they're macrophages, they're monocytes.
Right. But they still, it's still possible that there's a, I mean, look at MS, right? It's a T cell or B cell.
Totally different though.
Well, you have, I mean, Is it?
One is like one is an autoimmune waxing and waning disease, and the other is a neurodegenerative progressive disease.
Why does CD20 work and why does VLA4 work?
Yeah, it works for MS because those are basically the B cells and T cells get into the brain.
Yes.
But that's not what happens in Alzheimer's. This is like monocyte driven. It's like it's targeting a different arm of the immune system. It's the innate immune system.
Well, TNFs were tried once, as we know, with kind of a little bit of a weird, answer there. And then steroids, do target both. And, there's other attempts that have failed. IVIG is another one. But yeah, most of these attempts haven't been tried, and there've been definitely worse ideas out there. TNF was tried in asthma. TNF was tried in all kinds of places, and none of them really panned out. So it's not that clear. Like TNF was tried in sepsis, which you could argue is maybe a little bit like AD. So it's pretty interesting to see where these things work and where they don't. Even TNF not working in osteoarthritis is somewhat interesting. But yeah, I mean, I understand you have a heavy autoimmune disease in MS, but you still have downstream effectors that are kind of overlapping. And so making it worse is very eye-opening. It's a different disease, no doubt about it, but it does seem to drive the disease. And to me, that's pretty alarming because you have a brain autoimmune disease, using TNF you think would help. Anti-TNF, of course. But we'll see.
So what's your criticism of the like the payer data that shows Alzheimer's disease is protected in patients who get these drugs?
There are data that conflict with it. So as you know, I mean, when you do a big old, search of a very big space, you'll find what you're looking for. And things will jump out by accident, but there have been attempts to replicate the data that have not gone well. So that's kind of I've seen like there's an abatacept paper where they compare abatacept to TNF, and they found that it's no better than abatacept at preventing Alzheimer's, which is not at all. So I think it depends on the health data you look at. And you also have big problem with like correlation causation. I mean, is there another explanation for the result? Could it be that these patients are of a certain demographic where they're getting TNFs? Could it be that there's some other confounder? There usually is, that is more likely, including chance, than explaining a causal phenomenon. And again, in certain other, if there was a really strong causal phenomenon, you would not have efficacy. Now, one of the problems is almost all RA patients are treated with these drugs at some point. So it's kind of messy data to begin with, but
yeah, that's fair. I mean, these are just massive data sets and then work across multiple drugs.
Yeah, I think the data
TNF
sets.
inhibitors.
I've seen some papers that have failed to replicate it. So to me, it's like a classic post hoc observation that just can't be really relied upon, and it's driving a lot of the investment thesis here. I heard this thesis 10 years ago, by the way, in different pharma corners talking about. I had a friend, very successful entrepreneur, who said, if you have a family member with Alzheimer's, get them on Enbrel. And they pointed to this data that I think started roughly 10 years ago, but nobody really bid on it. I mean, everybody sent it around and talked about it, and the immune guys bid on it, but it's intriguing, but I don't know if it's convincing enough to go do a clinical trial. Especially given
run a better one.
Yeah. I mean, if they get a signal, they get a signal, right? As long as the Do you think they're gonna? Let me ask you this: do you think they're gonna put out the top line data?
Yeah, they're going to put it out next week.
So definitely Emax X, Emax Y.
It's going to be Emax and CDR, some of the secondaries.
But they're not going to like say it wasn't stat sig, or they're going to say,
They're
trended.
going to give everything.
Okay. If they give the top line numbers, I'll be happy.
Yeah, it'll give top line numbers.
I would make a side bet with you that it makes it worse. Not a real money side bet, but just a gentleman's bet.
Okay. Okay, I will take that for sure.
All right, you're on. I'll bet you a nice Coca-Cola or something. It's probably against SEC rules as we speak, but
you should pull up this tumor necrosis. TNF blocking agents are associated with lower risk of Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah, I've seen these. Yeah, I mean,
the PLOS1. Yeah. There
are recent papers that dispute this, and I think that I don't know, I feel like I'm very stubborn with retrospective data.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, do you know this company Tourmaline?
Yes.
So it's kind of related, kind of adjacent. But the idea is like, if you look at longitudinal data, it was published like last year in the New England Journal of Medicine.
IL-1 went through this journey with Ilaris.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like, everything we thought about heart disease with respect to like the lipids and stuff seems to be kind of secondary to this like inflammatory phenotype, right? Like
everything's
the more
everything.
The more inflamed you are, like the more like heart disease and stuff you have. I guess the reason I bring it up is because it's like it's interesting to believe that like the immune system is what's really driving like heart attacks, and like can be kind of adjacent to this idea. It's like, okay, yeah, you have junky amyloid buildup here, but it's secondary to the immune system in the brain just going haywire and killing everything.
Yeah, I just sent the TNF signaling pathway from KEGG. I don't know how much you look at these KEGG charts, or like at some of the other pathway charts, but like there's a lot of molecules on this thing, and where exactly are we hitting, and why is the question. And obviously, people have tried. As you may know, Denali, I think, tried RIP-K1 or one of these things. They've tried P38, which is upstream, I think, of TNF, or maybe downstream.
Well, you're hitting the soluble, right? So it's basically upstream of everything here.
Right. So, a lot have tried to sort of like nail this down, and I think P38, RIP, all these have failed. P38's downstream of at least TNFR2. I think it's also TNFR1. And you get some of these transcription factor selectivity where maybe you want to use, RIP-K1, but that didn't work. P38, which didn't work. Which one of these is the exact answer? And again, my sort of simplest conclusion is that this is actually very difficult, and if it's one of these, it's not the one we're after, and if it's and more likely it's not on one of these lists, and it's something more complicated. For the same reason we can't treat schizophrenia, for the same reason we can't treat depression. This is sort of a meta phenomenon, right? Like the problem with Alzheimer's, one of the problems is there's no like, cognitive test is so downstream of like this meta process.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it synaptic pruning? Is it? It could be something as simple as, just like, I don't know if you ever looked at Shank or any of these other like synapse proteins, but there's a whole bunch of like synaptopathies and like Shankopathies. So like I worked on this thing called Shank3, which is just a very bizarre like little protein, but it's critical in making important synaptic connections, and like just something that like interrupts this thing by accident could be it. There's thousands of potential proteins that are implicated in Alzheimer's. I think the best bet is ApoE. And while I was in prison, of all things, I wanted to make an ApoE corrector. And I think Vertex and a few other companies have looked at this, one particular company that's private, where the difference between ApoE, epsilon 3 versus epsilon 4 and epsilon 2, it's all one amino acid. And you should be able to knock in the same way Vertex does correctors, knock in the right conformation. And you go from, look at the data, so compelling. ApoE2 is 10x protective versus ApoE4. You should be able to fix the disease that way. And I think somebody's doing ApoE gene therapy, right? One of these public, like Lyra or somebody, I forget who. Somebody's doing one of these. I forget what. It's like a really small market cap too. And it's ApoE4, like Lenti or AAV. And, that to me seems like a home run. Now can you get expression with it? It's very hard with the gene therapy, but I'd even make an ApoE4, just pump it in recombinant. And, maybe you get a ride on LDL receptor to the brain or something, but, you should be able to get, enough there, or you make the corrector that traffics to the brain. But either way, like it certainly seems like, ApoE is the answer, at least one of the main answers you can rest your head on and say, this is actually causal of the disease. You're born with the wrong isoform, you're getting Alzheimer's. You're born with the right isoform, you're protected from Alzheimer's. How much better can you get than that? And, the answer could be in lipids. And again, what's the downstream effector? It would be nice to know, but ApoE is function is a bit mysterious, right?
Yeah, there's been some papers recently that are trying to understand it, but yeah, I hear you. It's a good idea.
It's at least the best, scientific evidence, I think. And then, the way the brain works is like, I've been working a lot in AI. My girl works at one of the big AI companies, and like these neural networks really seem like they are very similar to the brain. And when you prune 5 or 10% of a neural network, you can just literally set the weights to 0. Nothing happens. It still works. It's kind of amazing. And as you prune these weights a little bit more, you can do this to save disk space, for example. You end up like slowly eroding the function of the neural network. And at some point, it becomes so garbled it doesn't work anymore. And it certainly seems like our brains are neural networks. So to me, I think through some of this and say like, some of this could just be irreparable. It's just entropy working its way through the system, and there's literally no way out. It's kind of like liver disease or IPF or, some of these like really, maybe liver's not great because they do seem to have antifibrotics that are working, but certain fibrotic diseases, there's just no way out. Entropy will take over and you lose. But in terms of the AI neural network stuff, it really is fascinating to see how similar it is.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what do you think of the GLP-1 in Alzheimer's?
I don't think it's causal enough. I think it's so too distant. Like,
you don't think it's going to work?
No, I don't think so. I hope so, right? But
yeah,
I'd be surprised. I think, like I said, when you're dealing, like I said, take the neural network that OpenAI works on or something Google works on, from just literally variables that contain weights. There's no code in any of these neural networks. They're just numbers. And you could think of them as like calcium concentrations in a cell. And their connections and the way they cycle is what's important. And so you think about Alzheimer's, like cognition arises from the synapses and their connections. And you're sort of like really far away, I think, from with TNF. You're talking about cell survival. It's not the part of this that matters, which is delicate, like synaptic, conservation and synaptic pruning and learning and all these things that are like really just a totally different branch of biology. I think that's what's getting disrupted.
My pushback to that would be that, yes, you're right. You can prune most of the brain and it continues to work. But at some point, you're at the critical juncture, right? Where like any more pruning and any more pruning and you start to see, real effects. And that's what these inclusion criteria try to enrich for, right? They try to enrich for patients who are on the brink of noticeable dementia.
But are we going to get that benefit from something so orthogonal to the learning process, the arborization of cell-to-cell communication? You know, this stuff TNF is working on is like very much like the end product of cell death, whereas at the higher meta level, like the difference between being completely crazy and being a Nobel Prize winner is just some small synaptic rearrangement. And
yeah,
it feels like,
it's like brain fog, right? Brain fog goes away after one NSAID.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective from like the GABA side, maybe. But you can see how all the like GABA and NMDA, there have been attempts, as you know, to do muscarinics in Alzheimer's. There have been attempts to do the mGluR. There's still attempts to do mGluR for like just what is the generic like synaptic speed, and like glutamate is like almost the oil of the brain. But yeah, the just like reading about how memories are constructed and how we form, and learn things, it's fairly clear that, this is really, really hard stuff. And the metacognition, it would be one thing if it's MS, where it's like, okay, we're attacking the nerve system, that's bad, need to stop attacking. Great. Alzheimer's, what we're fundamentally trying to save in cognition is something that we don't understand. It's very meta. The brain gives rise to consciousness and intelligence that it's hard to fathom why that happens and how it happens, and we don't understand it. So to save it,
right? But I'm giving you like a plausible mechanism, right? It's like, hey, you have this junk in the brain that doesn't get out because your blood vessels are caked with amyloid from years of obesity or diabetes or just age, and that caking leads to a backup, and that backup activates the microglia and the astrocytes to kill everything. So if you just stop their ability to kill through like a TNF alpha inhibitor, then maybe you can save cognition, right? I'm not saying they're going to get better. I'm saying the other guys are, on the decline, and, maybe these guys decline less.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good hypothesis. I think the other end of it that I guess I'm trying to point out is the gigantic synaptosome, of like 200 or 300 proteins that regulate the construction of synapses. And
but there's nothing wrong with them, right?
Yeah, they're both, like, I think, kind of important.
No, but there's nothing wrong with them fundamentally, like a genetic basis of like.
Well, we don't know if amyloid beta is causing a big problem.
People with Alzheimer's aren't, cognitively impacted earlier in their lives. They become that way.
Right. It takes time, and maybe it's, again, a process we don't understand vis-a-vis amyloid beta and ApoE and totally other branch of biology, and TNF's actually trying to save the day. It's getting called by accident, and it's doing more damage than good, or it's doing more good than damage. Both hypotheses are actually pretty reasonable. I have some papers that actually show that. There's a paper for every hypothesis, which is the funniest part, right? Like,
yeah.
And I think like the synaptome is something to think about.
I think we're actually kind of in agreement, but we just kind of take the other side.
Yeah. Yeah. And TREM2, somebody's mentioning TREM2. I think, real well, TREM2 did not work. So it's interesting. There's some pretty compelling data to suggest that Elector's construct was inferior to Vigil's, and then Vigil got taken out by Sanofi, I think like a couple weeks ago. Right. So it maybe still has a chance.
It still has a chance, but also kind of TBD. I don't know.
What do you think it happens Monday?
I don't know about Monday, but definitely by the end of the month.
Yeah. I'm guessing they have it. I just hope that they're honest, for your sake and my sake. Like, trying to spin it isn't going to do anyone any good. Do you think the management team is that kind of management team, or?
I think they'll be honest. I mean, they're going to show the top line data with numbers and p-values. So
that's all you really ask for, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty optimistic. The trial should have closed like over a month ago now. I don't think they've seen the data, but who knows?
What worries me is like if you have a family that's like very, I'm sorry, not a family, a couple of individuals that are running the company, they started it, they're really married to this thesis, they see the data, it's bad. They start saying, well, what about mild to moderate? Maybe we could stratify for patients who are really sick, et cetera, et cetera. And they just start to comb through the thing like crazy.
They need money though.
Yes,
right.
that is
so
true.
Like if they can't convince people to give them money, it's a zero.
Yeah.
Like they have to show enough for investors to be like, all right, here's $300 million.
Or $10 million.
For like a proper phase 3 program?
No, I mean, just to keep existing. And
oh yeah.
I mean, we've seen all these
but then
pipes. People
but
do
then
pipes.
it's like a short, it'll fade.
Yeah, but people do pipes that, just keep these companies going, and hope springs eternal. They do ATMs, they do other deals, they just find a way to continue existing.
Yeah, they could hit the ATM and like this, but it'll be lower valuation, I imagine.
I think so too.
I guess I don't think there's really a risk to us, getting the trade wrong because of like management's presentation. I think it's either going to hit or it's not going to hit. It'll be pretty clear, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, hit me up on Twitter or whatever if you want to keep talking. I really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, man, this is great. Cool stuff that you do, and you have pretty like active following and good calls. You kind of emboldened me on the Sava. So it's like I knew that thing was a fraud for years. But,
awesome. So you made some money?
Yeah, man, you were.
I'm glad to hear that.
There.
Capricorn should be really interesting.
I don't know. Like the data is pretty suspect, but I don't know how motivated this FDA is.
Now that Sarepta happened, they're just gonna stand across their arms and say, "No fucking way! Like you gotta be fucking kidding me! We're not doing this shit again."
Yeah,
like, we can't.
I mean, this one's not as unsafe, but
I mean, they just can't unwind the Sarepta debacle because people are on the drug. You can't just stop taking it, and you can't unwind an approval, but you can prevent new approvals.
Yeah, that's fair. I think so too, but it's just like so retail-y, so squeezy, that like I got to be careful with those.
All of these stocks are. It's like so hard to find a good short that's like not consensus or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to know if you've looked at the quantum computing companies. It sounds like you just do biotech.
Yeah, no, I mostly do biotech. I don't know. Like I think I was listening to some of your stuff. It seems reasonable, but it's hard to fight the trend,
Yes.
And there's so much excess capital like flowing into AI that like, if you're a Fidelity or BlackRock to put in like $100 million or like $1 billion in AI and then throw like 50 million by the way of quantum kind of makes sense. And it kind of takes time for these like trades to pan out, and it's like a matter of flow.
It's funny. I did an analysis of every bubble I could think of from the past, including the dot-com bubble, which I lived through. And my memory is that these things happened really fast, but the data is that they take about a year, sometimes longer. So our memory is like, oh yeah, we shorted it, we were heroes, we get it out of the park, it was easy. But
it's painful.
It was like the dot-com thing was really easy for me because I showed up on Wall Street at the exact top. But for dot-coms, Soros and Tiger had already thrown in the towel. They basically closed their firms down because they couldn't short any more dot-coms. It was so infuriating. And that's the way I feel about quantum. And, if it's not quantum, there's other people short like the VTOLs or nuclear or whatever. And like Circle is I don't know if you've seen Circle, but they priced the thing at like 30 and it's almost at 300.
Insane.
Anyway, last one.
I saw you were day trading it. That's all I saw.
Yeah, I almost felt like FOMO. Have you looked at Compass?
Yeah, I have.
What do you think?
I think we're not. I mean, I think it should be fine, but we're not going to get clarity on the durability until the second half of 26. So,
But it's probably going to
kinda
work,
like
you
a-
think? I think it has a chance.
yeah, I think it'll probably work. They're a little bit suspect on like the safety profile, a suicidality signal. So like, I don't know really how to read it, but I think we're not going to really have a clear answer until second half of 26. But in the meantime, like RFK likes psychedelics, so it's just kind of an impossible thing to trade.
Yeah, I mean, if they come out and they have a real signal, I mean, I don't
It's
think that's a
up.
bad thing. But you also have that GHRS, and it kind of just shows you any psychedelic gives you a signal here.
Right. Yeah, GHRS completely faded the move. So
Yeah.
I
All right,
don't
brother.
know.
Thank you for your time.
All right, man. Yeah, take care.
See ya.
See ya.
Cool. All right. Yeah, so let's see. People have different perspectives on things. Sometimes you tell somebody, I'll give you a 10% chance to make 10x your money, and they say, that sounds great. Other people say, oh, a 10% chance. There's no way that's going to happen. And for humans, statistics are very hard to like parse. I'm not saying I'm right, by the way. For some people, they'll look at expected value and say, I'm just going to do the expected value. But Kahneman wrote a lot about this, where it's very hard to perceive expected value. Most people either bake in an irrational pessimism, maybe irrational optimism, I don't know. But there's been a lot of work done on that, on those mental models. All right, I'm going to keep reading, though. Hopefully some of you guys bought Circle when I bought it and still held it. I chickened out. Couldn't handle that. Couldn't handle the heat. Yeah, I try to bring more and more of my hedge fund people on. Obviously, they like to stay anonymous. But I've getting more and more of these dudes on the phone. They're very regulated and don't want to use their names, so they got to be careful, especially if they work for a bigger firm. They might have to use a voice changer. Hello. Yes, I am Long. Slowly, we're going to squeeze your nuts. He said he shorted some of these things in the past, so I think he is a hedge fund, but I don't know him personally. But I do know most of the hedge fund players. Or I can get to them. Right, people feel loss much bigger than a gain. This guy's got it, Will. Yeah, it's funny that Circle's up a huge amount, but Square and PayPal, which are doing the same thing, are dogs. Yeah, not too many people. There was one guy who was pretty smart who called in on D-Wave, but I think he sold it. Really sharp dude. And he had like kind of a momentum trading strat. It wasn't like heavy on fundamentals, but it made sense. His long thesis made sense. It wasn't bad. And obviously, look, the stock, I mean, he made like 5 times the money or something. So he's sitting pretty. But I think some of my comments maybe made him think a little bit harder about the long. I think he sold it for his clients, he said, so. You're an SSI? The SSI? Yeah, IBM's doing some weird stuff, man. We'll see if they make it. I think management might be pressing them. That's right, Joey. Yeah, James. Retatrutide might be great. We'll see if the side effect profile holds up. Okay, I've crossed into down 39% territory. The comeback is real. Sorry for those beats. Sad boy. Let me think. Yeah, Rosenbaum's thing is good. You want the best book ever written on pharma that'll make you a pharma genius? Let me get it for you. I got an early copy of it. A bunch of my friends are in it, but it's like very, very, very esoteric. I got the first edition. This is a really good book. It's called Hallelujah Moments, and it's by Eugene Cordes. I don't know him, but I know the people he worked for, and it's basically if you really want to understand pharma, this is a really fantastic book, and it's like something that very few people know about. Capper just dropped $4. The capper. Yeah, there's no fucking way they're getting approval. Disagreements over Duchenne have led to the ouster. Vinay was skeptical and canceled the meeting. Oh, it's over. It's over for you hoes. Meeting's canceled and you're fired. Let's have a meeting to discuss approving your drug. Meeting's canceled and you're fired. God damn. You were all cap all along. Capper. See, the problem is I wasn't fucking short this capper. I wanted to wait, catch the INMB, flip the script right into the capper, then flipped it right back into quantum, 100x. But unfortunately, this will not be That's how you flip a script. Hey. Hey. Supposed to flip the script, man. What does this mean for LeBron? Oh, he's probably just fucking feeling himself on the Levitus too. He's like, this shit is just like a Levitus. Not on my watch. No, not on my watch. Cancel the AdCom. You know what? Matter of fact, hold on a second. Can we put her on leave? Can we put her on leave? Yeah, we can. You're on leave, starting immediately. Get out of my office. Could you imagine being a fly on the wall for that? Just the ego. He gathers everyone together. Listen, everybody gather around. No more bullshit drugs are getting approved by this FDA. Like, not again. We can't do this again. These kids, they deserve better. Yeah. Likewise, likewise. Circle just won't stop. You might even call it a circle jerk. Remember, we already went through this rodeo with Capper once, remember? It went all the way back down. I covered it. It went all the way back up. I should have shorted it again. When you name your company Capper, bro, it's all cap. Stop the cap. I mean, I'm not sure any more DMD trucks are getting approved, dog. Survival is the endpoint. That's it. Overall survival. That's the endpoint. Good luck. Maybe if you're lucky, we'll look at progression-free survival. Six-minute walk. Why don't you 6-minute walk your ass out of here? Fuck out of here. 6-minute walk. Damn fucking Vinay, if it wasn't for you, I'd make billions off these kids. I mean... Wait, did I say that out loud? The secret ingredient is crime. I mean, it just sort of goes to show you how weird, like, stances change. Like, when I was prosecuted, the burden to prosecute somebody was basically, like, non-existent. It was like, yeah, throw them all in jail. Now it's like, bro, you better be a fucking terrorist if we're putting you in federal prison. You better be an illegal or a terrorist. Otherwise, it's not a crime. Doesn't fit our agenda. America first. So, you know, drugs work the same way. It was like, there's an era where the FDA would let you, like, we have to be flexible with how we look at drugs. Now it's like, yeah, only flexibility we have? How close to stat sig did you get? That's it. We might accept a 0.045. There, way back when I was growing up in the industry, 0.04 is still a fail. The FDA would just take 3 patients out and be like, yeah, well, you don't exclude these 3 patients, you're at 0.06, so it's not convincing. Now it's the other way around. They're like, well, if you throw these 3 patients out, I'm at 0.01, we're good to go. So it really is just a function of like, who's in charge? How do they view it? Like I said, it's not just a medicine. I don't follow Regenx very closely. Look, people, there are a lot of careerists who want to be at FDA. I don't. It's just not in, I mean, there are people who like their life goal is to be at FDA in a senior role. Not me, baby. What's a manipulated child, pure blood? How do you manipulate a child? Tell me. 'Cause I think I know every trick. Know every trick in the book. I don't know what to tell you, Kenyon. You could ask the people in Godel. They could probably help you better than me. Okay, what crackheaded paper is this? Public service, baby. It's 32 times revenue, and a bunch of that revenue belongs to Coinbase. It's really like 60 times. Oh, the capper. Vinay said, nah, we ain't doing this no more. I may have a video of Vinay right now with FDA staff. Here, let's take a look.
We want to welcome Mr. Clark to Eastside. We've heard so much about you and tell you what we have done in anticipation of your arrival. Ms. Levias, your other vice principal, and I have appointed an executive committee to oversee certain areas where we have noted a need for improvement. Mr. Zarella, for example.
You may sit down, Mr. O'Malley. You think you can run this school? If you could, then I wouldn't be here, would I? No one talks in my meetings. No one! You take out your pencils and write. I want the names of every hoodlum, drug dealer, and miscreant who's done nothing but take this place apart on my desk by noon today. Reverend Slappy.
Yes, sir.
You are now the chief custodian, Reverend Slappy. You will scour this building clean. Graffiti goes up, it's off the next day. Is that clear?
Yes, sir, the very next day.
Detention students can help you. Let them scrub this place for a while. And tear down those cages in the cafeteria. You treat them like animals, that's exactly how they'll behave. This is my new dean of security, Mr. William Wright. He will be my avenging angel as you teachers reclaim the halls. This is an institution of learning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't control it, how can you teach? Discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm. Mr. Zarella.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Zarella, you are now my new head football coach. Mr. Darnell. Stand up, Mr. Darnell. Mr. Darnell will be your assistant. You know why you're being demoted, Mr. Darnell? Because I'm sick and tired of our football team getting pushed all over the field. Thank you, sit down. I want precision. I want a weight program. And if you don't like it, Mr. Darnell, you can quit. The same goes for the rest of you. You've tried it your way for years, and your students can't even get past a minimum basic skills test. That means they can hardly read. They've given me less than 1 year, 1 school year to turn this place around, to get those test scores up, so the state will not take us over to perform the task which you have failed to do, to educate our children. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law. There's only one boss in this place, and that's me. The HNIC. Are there any questions? Mr. Wright?
The HNIC? The head nigger in charge.
What's up? FDA cleaning house, saying no more garbage. Stop bringing the garbage around here. Escorted out. So that's what it looked like, I think. The old FDA created a mode for Sarepta, yes. That started the HNIC. That was the first, I think that was the first ever usage of the term. But yeah, Capper is going to zero. Just a question of when. They'll get the... Oh, maybe, maybe not. Yeah, it's a good question. It may have preceded it. It may have not have. It probably had to come from the streets, right? Yeah, we'll not use this as a buying opportunity for Crappercore. Crappercore is still short. Just, it's a very volatile stock. You got to be... It's still 300 million market cap. Use GodellTerminal.com. Quickly pull up the cash values. Takes me 1 second. Isn't that great? I got 130 million cash. No debt. So that's $3 a share in cash, or $5 a share in cash. Yo, it's kind of trading where it's supposed to, isn't it? What's that? $3, right? 50 times 3 is 150. They have one, call it 140. By next quarter, they'll have closer to 100, I would imagine. So $2 to $3 in cash. So it's still got a ways to drop. See if I could short some. Fuck it. Fuck it. %17 interest rate, but we're short. Tiny amount. Damn it, I wish we came in short some already. Damn. Come on, man. I was short this shit. I covered it because of all this fucking... Use CF for company filings. I think that's the best way to do it. Okay, GTAC. How do you get that value, GTAC? Smoke a little crack first, then you look at the CC filings. Hold on, I need to smoke. This all cap, buddy. I saw Preston. Congrats, man. Fart coin. My fart coin, though. You guys know what Kuru is? Kuru is fucking great. It's a little quick. Spongiform encephalopathy. Oh man, I wanted to go to the dentist today. I have so much to do, to clean up. Wifey's coming over today. She's going to be here for a few weeks. What's up, Ruski? You got Kuru? Oh, you actually did get Kuru, right? Be careful selling those. Oh, you want to sell puts? I don't know. Yeah, selling options on Circle doesn't sound too crazy. It's just a little bit of a stock that's just moved $200. It's just a little risky to sell more options. You don't know it's going to move another $200. Capricorn 750. Did we crap on it some more? Capricorn. All right, we shorted some more Capricorn. I mean, they're not going to recover from this shit. It's going straight to 2. Believe that. I mean, it's now done. It's halted to the upside now. Yeah, trading's halted for now. Be back in a few minutes, I think. I'm still short quantum. My position size goes all around. Vinecoin. Remember that shit? Fucking Vine coin. Oh, man. You like Teemo? League of Legends Teemo? Yeah, great. GTAC, let's go. It's good news that the FDA kicked them out. You got this, dog. You're not retarded. You're a genius. You a genius. Well, it's not results. The FDA is to decide on approval or not approval. And, yeah, it's not a good sign.
You smart. You loyal.
Capricorn. FDA cancels meeting.
You smart.
It's good news.
You loyal. You're grateful. I appreciate that. Go buy your mama a house.
Go buy some more
Go buy your
Capricorn.
whole family houses. Put this money in your savings account. Go spend some money for no reason.
Go buy some Capper for no reason. Matter of fact, you a genius.
Man, let me tell you something, man. I swear they don't want you to win. I promise you, the way the game is built, they don't want you to win. See, them doors that was always closed, I ripped the door off, took the hinges off. And when I took the hinges off, I put the hinges on the fuckboy's hands. I took the hinges and I put in the fuckboy's hands that was trying to lock the door.
Man, he's so cool. Look how cool he is. Just a winner. Is he on that Ozempic? What the fuck is this?
Good morning, Mr. Gill. How are you?
Good morning, how you doing?
I am excellent. I have your breakfast for you.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Here you
Thank
go.
you. Thank
And
you.
congratulations on your #1 record in the country.
Thank you. I
Enjoy.
appreciate it. Egg whites. Get healthy. Smart. You very.
What is
smart.
this?
You smart.
What the
You
fuck?
very smart. Matter of fact, you a genius. You a genius. See, the energy is basically saying we feel like Pop, we feel like Big.
And all the friendship with Cypher Sounds.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
but I
come
can
on.
say this. I can say this. Town last minute.
I don't want nothing for it. All I'm saying is that as you got
On the strength of hearing him.
Okay, whatever. I'm not even sure I could beat DJ Khaled in a 40-yard dash. I don't know who's fatter. Maybe my wife will force me to work out this weekend. I need it. Yeah, Owen, maybe. I'm going to read the article from Stat. Disagreements over Duchenne therapy management style may have led to the ouster of a key official. Tensions had been high before a top gene therapy regulator was placed on leave. There's Nicole Verdun. Was serving as director of the office that reviews cell and gene therapies before she was placed on administrative leave. Probably because she's a black woman. I mean, that's the main reason, I would think. The ouster of FDA chief regulator earlier this week came after disagreement with her boss over the review of a cell therapy for DMD. She had scheduled an advisory committee meeting to review the therapy developed by Acurx, but Vinay Prasad, new director of CBER, was skeptical of the treatment and decided unilaterally to cancel the meeting. At the same time, there have been long simmering tensions over her management style, according to others, raising further questions about the precise reason she was put on leave. Her and her deputy, Rachel Anatole, were placed on administrative leave by Prasad and escorted out of the FDA headquarters on Wednesday, Stat reported exclusively. Longtime FDA employees noted immediately escorting employees out of the FDA is unusual, and some say it is cruel. Multiple employees could be heard voicing outrage over the move during a call Verdun convened to tell staff of the news on Wednesday. According to a recording that was obtained, I'd say it is unbelievable, but it is believable. But it's so outrageous, I'm very, very sorry to hear the news. I'm so sorry to hear this. At the time of her ouster, she was overseeing the review of the Acurx cell therapy. Prasad initially signed off on holding an AdCom meeting on the treatment, which would give independent experts a chance to weigh in. But he informed Verdun and other leaders last week that a meeting would no longer be necessary. A person familiar with the exchange told Stat. HHS said that the FDA is reviewing whether to convene a meeting or not. Earlier this month, the FDA published a notice announcing the meeting. 2 days later, it was withdrawn. There have been previous disagreements at the FDA over the standard of evidence. Other factors could have contributed, including workplace strife between her and her subordinates inside the Office of Therapeutics, Stat has learned. She was known to have conflicts with coworkers and had a reputation among some for micromanaging direct reports that led to complaints. Former colleagues and others familiar with her career said. Both Verdun was also viewed by many inside the agency as being deeply committed to helping patients who might benefit from treatments and pushing the FDA to be more communicative. All said she was smart and talented. The move to put her on leave has caused some angst within the biopharma industry. She was seen as a key figure with deep expertise on cell therapies, and her role was seen as even more critical following the ouster of Peter Marks, the former director of CBER. The Alliance for German Medicine said it's deeply disappointed. She was accessible, but not a guaranteed yes on approvals. Approval decision is set for August 30th. The company is seeking approval supported by a small phase 2 study. Acurx only enrolled 20 patients. The study yielded mixed results with questionable statistics. Verdun and her review team concluded Elevidys should not be approved. Marks disagreed and overruled her. Acurx CEO says they remain in the dark. They're unable to get additional information. Asking for comment on the possibility that Prasad is leaning towards rejecting the drug, the CEO said her primary goal is to do right by the patients. They are conducting a larger study. The results that could be ready before the end of the summer? Prasad is now interim CMO and CSO of the FDA. Yeah, I'm short Capricorn. Yeah, nobody thought Capricorn was a really good drug or anything. FDA runs by Indians. Most fucking tech companies are run by Indians. What's going on here? I want the truth. Why are these Indians winning? Why are they winning so much? Damn it. They're even beating the Chinese. We gotta do something about these Indians. Doing too much. It ain't fair. What about me? I need my job. It's an unfair competitive environment. I don't have the tools I need to succeed against Indians. They work so damn hard. Can't work that hard. I want to watch TikTok. Gerbs. How am I supposed to watch TikTok and learn about differential equations at the same time? This is bullshit. Shalom. I had a yarmulke in prison. It was sweet. I'd put it on sometimes. The guys would get a kick out of it. I'd pretend I was Bernie Sanders. Once again, I need your vote. Bernie Sanders here, listen. You guys don't understand. I'm not doing anything for the prisoners. In fact, I'd like you to have you locked up forever. Am I Jewish? Well, it's a tricky question. Yes, I'm Jewish, but I support Palestine. That's basically the answer. I'm Jewish, but please don't bring it up. It doesn't play well with the electorate. No, I've never seen the when Bernie talks to kids about drugs. That sounds lit. True Palestinian. I'm not Jewish, I'm Albanian. There are no Albanian Jews to speak of. Although I've been corrected on this, apparently there are. The very idea of an Albanian Jew makes me laugh. But I could see it. Quisquelate. The fuck is quisquelate? Cortical astrocytes. Scripps research. They're mostly Muslim, actually. Our family's Catholic. Albania is the size of Connecticut, but it's in Europe. Not really, Owen. I talked a little bit about Compass earlier. I never really traded the oil and gas sector now. Capper coming up again, 856. I think it's a good opportunity. I mean, they're basically saying no. Yeah, hard to short. Okay, Jeremy. Did the QUBT guy retire? I love it. I'm out. Hey, yo, I'm out. Oh my god. He was 70. And he was a general counsel. This guy could be in trouble. This guy's rich as hell. CEO and CFO gone. Bruh. Finally hit it big at 70. Oh, Jesus. Did not want to see that. Kamasa in a Hooters outfit. Yeah, the QUBT CFO just resigned, literally moments ago. Ooh. the fuck? Amazing, man. Fucking quantum. Yeah, Jeremy, wild move. Wild bet. Good work. Okay, what the fuck is that? This is actually not membrane bound. So I should stop drawing it there. This is cytosolic. Yes, SVH. Yes, of course. Tilray, Canopy, Aurora. The bag holder is like a pig that's getting fattened before the guillotine blade comes down. Whap. Sorry, Baggy. It's over for you. Oh, is that where you learned? Is that where you got converted, SVH? The weed bubble? I'm not sure. I don't know, Jesse. In hindsight, you always could do things, you know, you could have infinity money with hindsight. I don't know, shorting cassava made me a lot of money. Let them have their fun. Let them eat. It's a lifestyle. You do no research on the stocks you buy. You're mad at short sellers. They don't have any credibility in the first place, James. They're promoters. Banking controls these firms. Nah, Jesse, I don't really believe in that stuff. That's so funny, QW. I haven't read it yet, Ace. I just have a copy here. Oh yeah, I remember the OTC world. I don't know, Gavin. Yes, sir, James. I mean, it's probably going to go to 10 cents, Jeremy. I'll play a game of chess when I get back. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I've gotten my chess game to the point where I really do need to study. Tactics, I've sort of more or less good to go. But strategy is kind of my main focus now. Probably should be doing something else here. Reserve an attack or something. Trading all the pieces doesn't help my cause. I don't really know how to play against the, what do we call this, the Scandinavian. Where's this knight going? Can't really go anywhere. I'd rather it be on D5, to be honest. Okay. Same outcome. That was foolish. can get back the exchange. I think I might do that. Try to find a better move first. Okay. Oh no, why'd I just blunder my rook? Fuck. He misses it. Oh my god. This fucking guy. Talk about a blind spot. Okay. Do I do the pass pawn or do I take? I have to take it, right? Let's take here. I have 4 minutes. Just gotta teach yourself to relax and try to find the best move. Don't rush. Oh boy. Okay. Oh shit, am I taking up the whole screen? Oh my bad. Guy was an asshole. He was like, "Are you loading stockfish?" Yes. My 1800 ass is loading up stockfish so I can short you. So I can beat you. Retard. Nobody's ever talked shit to me before on this. It says autistic and lonely, though I am neither of those things. It's a good outpost for me, actually. B4. I want to figure out if I wanted to put my bishop there or put my knight there, and it looks like a much better place for my knight. In fact, I'd be okay with him taking my bishop. I gotta play much more positional chess. Bishop does cover c2, so I'm not sure it's that great of a square. You know, I'm thinking about squares in this game, baby. I'm thinking about real estate, trying to get the right places for all my pieces to coordinate. Maybe queen c3. I could play c5. I like that. It's pretty behind in development. He's going to probably play something... Okay, that's actually kind of aggressive. I was going to say he's going to play something kind of passive, but that's not bad. This knight's moving in. Where's he going? Okay. I'm with it. This pawn pawn is pinned, so I can invade right there if I wanted to. Let's see here. Gotta protect my knight. Okay, knight has evacuated the building. Let's see if I can keep this guy. It's not looking great. Maybe, yeah. A little underdefended. I actually don't mind my queen coming to h4, potentially gobbling this stuff up. h4, maybe bishop comes here. It's pretty rough for him to defend. Just let him take it almost. It's actually very hard to defend this. King has to come to h2. My pieces are still a little more uncoordinated than I would like. Immune. People getting their last shorts off before the weekend. Okay, there's a move. Yeah, I think this is way too dangerous for him. And he can take that. I might want to abandon this though. He takes, I take. It's probably still too risky. This could go here. Then the question becomes, okay, let's say he plays g5. Then there's basically no square for me to defend this poor knight. I don't mind that. I can actually, yeah, I actually am going to let him take this knight. This is going to get spicy because this knight can jump into the fight. So I'm not quite abandoning it, but I'm getting close. I'm willing to abandon it. I can also play rook d1, d8. Rook d8 probably get me some tempo. I don't want to help him pinpoint where to put his pieces because it's a little annoying. I can only take one thing at a time. I definitely don't like this. This sort of saves everything. The worry about the fork is the problem, because the only defender of d7 is this knight. Right. But I'm not even, like, other than taking that, he moves there, I'm gonna evacuate. Okay, there's his queen's hanging. He is to take. Now we are pretty much drawn. It's actually a little bit uncomfortable for my rook. But I'll be fine. What do you think, John? John? Okay. This is a move. Opposite color bishops. I just gotta start moving fast. It's basically no risk. Risk is he blunders. Or the likelihood is he was gonna blunder. I got 2 minutes on the clock on him, so I keep the pressure up. Actually, is this the move? Is this it? Is this win? No. That could lose for me, actually. Let's see, man. This. I want the bishop. Bishop will be denied. Oh my god, I missed it. Oh my god, I suck. Oh my god, what the fuck? Me and my 5 minutes advantage. WTF. FML. It's all over. RIP. The fuck is this? Okay, watch the strat, watch the strat. Watch the strat. Yeah, I play 5 minutes all the time. I grew up playing 5 minutes. Peep the strat, peep the strat. What the fuck? Watch the strat, watch the strat. Oh no! No, no, no. No. Alright, that's enough chess for today. I'm not on my game. No, I need to take a break from chess. Let's do my work. genes, got the light chain gene expression. I'll be reading on INMB until it happens. Sorry. See SRM going crazy, that's great. Yeah, I think SLS will fail, to be clear. RGC, it's all over. Maybe. Make sure you try godelterminal.com. SPY down 50 bips here. Circle up an amazing 19%. Immune falling before their phase 2 results come out. We'll see what happens. That's crazy. Data is coming in the next, what, 5 or 6 business days? It's pretty much around the corner. Market down 60 bips now. Some stocks dropping, but Circle's still rocking and rolling. Immune down now 12%, 635. Our Sarepta's at 20 bucks even. One Andrew Jackson. Adma 18 bucks. Rigetti is in the red. Pacers are Pacers send it to game 7, right? World War III coming. Crapper core hanging on around 8. That's got to be a short. Halliburton out of nowhere is best player in the NBA. INMB is our short, but also Capper. We were a little bit back here, down 39% ahead of the immune results. Crawling our way back to break even. Capricorn, I think they're saying they are doing another trial, but this drug does not work. QEBT flirting with down. Finally. Joe Springer, new stock pick, first time in 6 months. He resurfaces, new account. Poor guy. Why is he trying? Let's go get a job. Circle is the next NVIDIA. He is a good hype man. He should work for me. Welcome, Godellians, to the State of the Sava address. Listen, I'll use my brains. You'll use your hype. You'll use your con artistism. And together we're unstoppable. That's exactly right. QWN knows what we're talking about. You mean cover the short? Sell the short or cover the short? Fartcoin is like a natural gas derivative, yeah. Interesting. I think X, he wants to control his own products. I don't think he wants to do too much in the way of working together. But, you know, it's a good question. No lead chess right now. Let me work on this thing. I like Hims. Hims has a lot of momentum. I would not short it. Nick, what are you asking? Wrong about what? Nick, I'm up 12x in the last 6 months. How about you? Did you get Sarepta, Nick? Did you get Sarepta? Nick, you don't have to be mad that you're not me. Just because my life turned out great and yours didn't, doesn't mean you have to be mad at me. I'm sure your life is fine. It doesn't matter if you're in the trailer or you're in the penthouse. You know, whether you're driving, you know, a Ford pickup or you have people driving you. Don't matter, bro. You're good. Don't worry about nothing. Trust fund, kid. You gave me a good laugh. Thank you. That was good. Ooh. He's got a whole trust fund. There's a trust in everything. Wow. No, I think he's saying he's got the trust fund. I mean, he's incoherent, so. It's true. Oh, he's a fusion baggy. You an Oclo, buddy? You like that Oclo?
I need food. What should I get? Burger? I'm getting so fat. Trump needed to schedule World War III in between his Gulf trips. No, don't do World War III. I need to do 18 holes. Real quick. Do it next week. No need to do it now. No. Look, folks, don't do it now. Why do it now? You know I had this trip scheduled. Why do you want to do it now? Netanyahu, wait. Just wait. Give me 2 weeks. I'm playing with Tiger. Two more weeks, okay? We'll get the Ayatollah, don't worry. Sounds pretty good, Jesse. I'll throw you a mill. So many tickers. How many tickers is that? 100, 200? Never seen that many. That's good software. I like that. Trying to do some last minute shorting. Okay.
Not short Circle yet. I'll probably short it next week. Thanks, Jessica.
You guys are distracting me. And you're invading my privacy. It's frustrating. I'm trying to work. Please give me my privacy at this time. I just don't want people to listen to idiots. And anybody who's been recommending that CoreWeave or NVIDIA are like rotten companies or doing shady things is an idiot. Now, you can argue with the valuation. But that guy literally thinks AI is like a big scam. I mean, it's honestly hilarious. And I thought I was a cynic. This nobody special finance. It's like, why are these people spending on AI? Why? He's mad. He keeps doubling down on it. He might be right eventually. It's so funny. People thought gingivitis caused Alzheimer's. Those guys are as dumb as Joe Springer and nobody special finance. Ah, tetrathiamolybdate, my favorite. All these papers are just wastes. The scientists just trying to publish nonsense. Every now and then you get one paper that slightly, maybe uncovers the truth. But it's almost always through the lens of personal interest. I'm reading the titles of papers, trying to figure out which ones I want to read. There's a GLP-1 prayer. A lot of them are natural products, which is really funny. Here's one, maybe. Lychee seed. And a lot of these are like Chinese concoctions, resveratrol. Jesus. And then the trial doesn't work and they're like, I don't know what happened. My biased papers didn't replicate. Oh, I don't believe it. Get back to the lab. I guess I need more funding. Science is the big fraud, man. The way most of science, at least, is done. Real science is great. Most science that's published is kind of suspicious. You gotta reinterpret it really carefully. That's why I love it when guys are like, "But there's published literature. It says that TNF's the cure." Right. Now. See, knowing when to be skeptical and cynical and knowing when not to be is one of the hardest things in investing and in life. Like, I was trying to figure out if I should be skeptical and cynical about crypto. It's kind of the 50-50 to me. In the streets, we call that keeping your pimp hand strong. You know, I'm gonna let you live, but if I catch you slipping, pimp hand comes out. Or, as Reagan said, trust but verify. Half these papers, I don't even need to read the paper. I just know what it says inside. I'm a neural network. I'm a document prediction machine. Just reading the abstract is enough, usually. These people talking about blueberries going to cure your Alzheimer's. Come on, bro. Blueberries. Stop it. Stop the bullshit. Blueberries ain't curing shit. Some magical forest elves are going to cure your Alzheimer's. We're going to get some shrooms and some blueberries. You're going to be fine. The doctor said that to me, I would choke him. That's what the best science has for Alzheimer's? Blueberries? Fucking blueberries? Ow! I'm a medical doctor, man. I don't care what the fuck you are. You a bitch now. You a bitch now. Oleanolic acid. How many papers do these guys want to publish before they get embarrassed? Melatonin. Bro, you giving me melatonin? I'm gonna put you to sleep. You giving me melatonin. Polyphenols from lychee seed. Another paper on lychee. I don't even know what the fuck lychee is. I had a lychee martini once. That's some bullshit. Dietary eicosapentaenoic acid. Man, that's potato chips, bro. Stop the bullshit. Pterostilabene. That's another fucking natural compound. I can tell. Tabersanine. Again. Found it in some fruit. Phytochemical screening of Sargassum vulgare. What's Sargassum? Isn't that... what is Sargassum? Sargassum. You guys know what that is, right? Yeah, Sargassum. There it is. It's fucking seaweed, bro. That's fucking seaweed, man. I go to the Chinese restaurant, they put that shit on my dish, charge me $200, acting like it's all culinary. I guess it's Alzheimer's cure. I can bottle it up. Effective edible bird's nest extract. Oh, hell no. Bird's nest extract. Bro, you're doing too much, bro. The fuck is bird's nest extract? Now, I need to see this to believe this. You ain't telling me some bird's nest. I ain't eating no bird's nest, bro. Oh, and of course, it's that parasitic publisher. Complementary and alternative medicine. Alternative because you couldn't get published in a normal journal. It's fucking alternative stupidity. It's alternative intelligence. EBN, or more well known as Yanhua, among the Chinese population, sometimes referred to as caviar of the East. Oh boy. Read this shit. I didn't make this up. You can't make this up. Also referred to as caviar of the East, is made exclusively from the saliva of cave-dwelling birds and swiftlets from the swiftlet ranches. During the 16th century, EBN, edible bird's nest extract, was viewed by the emperors of China as a valuable food with various putative medical properties. It is a delicacy produced by the swiftlet species from the genus Aerodromus. Man, this bird's, you eating this bird's shit, bro. The fuck? Look at this thing. This is a snack for my kitty cat. My cat will take care of this thing in one bite. Oh, look, he kind of looks cool, though. This one, I like this one. Look at him. Check that out. That's kind of neat. It's very aerodynamic. He's got a little tiny nose. Okay, maybe he's elite. He might be elite. He might be level 3. He ain't no level 8, though. Oh, that's the nest. That's the nest we're going to eat. Give me the nest. Give me that. Okay, here's edible nest swiftlet. Oh, look at that. You're going to eat this shit they shit out here. It's their hardened spit. I'm going to scrape that up. You see it? It's like the stringy thing. It's edible. Cook that shit up. Thanks, buddy. These edible nests are consumed worldwide by humans, often as a medicinal food. It's been a symbol of wealth, power, and prestige in TCM since the Tang and Song dynasties. Highly nutritious components like proteins, carbs, mineral salts, and amino acids. Well, covered the gamut there. Rich in vitamins, hormones, and fatty acids. I'm going to eat that and start acting like a bird. My cat's dead asleep. I'm doing a terrible bird impression. Protein and carbs. Bro, I ain't eating this. How much does shit cost? Oh, they got it from the east coast of peninsular Malaysia. That's that good shit. It's sialic acid, bro. Come on, bro. Alright, I'm gonna deal with this bird's nest shit later. I'm intrigued. But yeah, 90% of this quote-unquote science is so suspicious. Yeah, another Chinese one. Ellagic acid. Nootkatone. It's a fruit. Again with these fruits. Half these things are just garbage. Fibrauterine from Fibraurea ricisa. Just grabbing some random shit and seeing what's happening. I mean, that's the way medicine used to be conducted. Shit has changed a little bit, man. We got microscopes and shit now. The cryo-EM. Come on, man. Use the cryo-EM. Don't give me some fucking bird nest, bro. Do the X-ray crystallography, man. Come on, man. The RNA sequencing. Trying to give me some bird's nest to eat, man. Come on, man. Chinese herbal medicine. Here we go again. The Chinese, they do be having some crazy Chinese traditional medicine, though. Yeah, I wouldn't sleep on it. This man said ibuprofen. Ginger, ibuprofen, some blueberries, and some bird nest shit. That's the cure. Believe it, Pharma doesn't want you to know. It's the bird nest. Okay, that woke up my cat. Somehow they can always tell it's me and not a real bird. Bone marrow mesenchymal stem cells. That's Christopher Reeve shit. Artemisinin. Artemisinin is a pretty funny molecule. That's a plant-derived drug for malaria. The gum of Botswana. I mean, I'm sure there's, there's some really active natural molecules, but curcumin, the original fraud. Resveratrol. Just drink some wine. Okay, so we got wine, berries, curcumin, and nest egg. And blueberries. Grind that shit up, put it in a pill. Get Fauci out of retirement. We're good. Cannabinoid agonist. Oh man, I know that molecule. That's a dangerous one. That's synthetic weed. Plus a little Ozempic. These men really had nothing better to research. Grind up some grass. Pomegranate. Vanilla. Or vanillin. Different. Wait, what does that say? CPOD. Chelators. It's all about the chelation. It's all about the medicine. It's all about the metals. And I hope Alzheimer's turns out to be an infectious disease. I would laugh so hard. Broccoli sprouts? I've seen enough. A citrus flavonoid. Oh boy. This is like fruit pectin. Marmalose leaf extract. Why didn't I think of that? Minocycline. At least I won't have acne. You can't really do stops on a trade like this. You either are sure or you're not. If you're gonna like sort this by like impact factor, realistically interesting data, I think there'd be like 20 papers here worth reading. Spice herbs. Neuroprotective spice herbs. It's just cheaper to do studies with these. You get it the same publications. These journals need publications. Okay, wait a second, wait a second. Adalimumab. That's Humira. Not an interesting journal, but so many of these are natural substances. It's so weird. There's Tram. There's at least 100 papers on resveratrol. Intranasal interferon beta. Does not seem like it would help. But interferon beta is different from interferon gamma. Okay, about halfway done. These are some wild papers. Immune approaching 6 even. The other stocks were short of dropping as well. S&P is recovering though. Down now 37%, crawling our way back. Almost down a third from half. Big volatility here. But that's what we were asking for. Yeah, I'm on RFK's PubMed. Don't know IEP really well. Icon's not a young guy. I need to stretch my legs a little bit here. I don't know, Justin.
Oof.
I think I'm gonna be more gradual, Kebik. I don't think the data's out on INMB, no. It's up? Really? Looks like it's up. Looks pretty ugly. Is that up? Where's the up part? I think it's next week, but, you know, it could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We don't know. I don't know. Doesn't look like it's up. Oh, that guy's in Discord. My Riley M. Play. Don't play with that. Don't fucking play. Galactic went down. Wow. Was it 4? Went down to 240. Jesus. Wild. It's a little odd. Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be hot. $102 degrees, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna get all these cores to go burr. Let's see. Florida man. All right, I'm gonna stretch my legs. Not going anywhere just yet. Got 200 gigs of RAM loaded. This is like a car guy seeing a Corvette. I'm gonna tell my kids, back in my days, we used to deal with a couple megabytes of RAM. You had to save each kilobyte. You got to rotate the satellites. Chapman, did he have more to sell? I thought he was all out. How could he sell more? So hard to come by. I think this is C6. I think he's gonna leave. I heard a rumor he's gonna start his own thing. Quantum related, possibly. He's got no more incentive to stick around. I mean, they're not gonna give him another 100 million of stock. That's for fucking sure. Plus, I'm pretty sure it was Nicola that wanted him out. Okay, got my RAM loaded. Why aren't the processors maxing out? And I hate programs that fucking don't give you any indication at all as to what's happening. I only have 2 processes running right now. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Hello. Yes, I love. Mama's coming. That's right. Mama's coming soon. I gotta get some milk and I gotta use some salmon. Shy. Let's talk to Shy. This is trashy. This is a Nibbles. Nibbles right there. Are you hungry? Want some food? You're a little alley cat. That's what you are. It was there on the floor. Dr. Monroe, he was the founder of the company, and he's one of the most experienced quantum physicists. He's not a bear. I mean, he's just realistic. I don't think he's a skeptic. He just said it's going to take some time and we're early. Yeah, Chapman's just liquidating and he's going to quit. He says, sayonara, suckers. You idiots think this company's worth something? I struggled with this thing for years. Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google, for your fake announcement. Chapman is like such a clown. Ooh. Broken pipe. This whole thing blew up on me. Empty, empty. What's wrong, man? What are you upset about? What are you crying about? You bullish on quantum? You quantum physicist, dog? I'm a quantum complexity theorist, anon anon. I am bullish. I don't think you know who you're dealing with. I saw this on Robinhood. And Wall Street Bets. I did my research, sir. He's got to pay taxes now. Just glaze. Where my glazers at? I know, Justin. I wish I held it too. That thing was just so strong. Even I needed to buy it. neighborhood. Forget a house. Oh, Curtis, where were you? We've been long circle since day one, but I think it's a short now. I mean, I don't have the balls to short it just yet, but I will soon. PTK for secondary? I don't know. Seems like a tall task. RGC, the pump and dump scam. Oh, okay, empty. That's interesting. Oh, never buy RGC. Never. I don't know. It's probably more macro than anything. Permission denied. The fuck? I doubt it, James. People know what the fucking story is. They need institutions at this market cap. They need institutions to buy, and no institution is going near this thing. They look at fucking Damasi and they throw up. Everybody short this thing. Yeah, but the marginal trader will determine its price, and it can be pretty. I don't know, John. That's Wait, you're saying it's just pure placebo, or what do you? What are you saying exactly? Well, Smooth, I'm still long.
took the boat out on the lake, and I was okay. I need to get that feeling back. Once in a lifetime. steady pressure, saw the ticking stop, but I was all
crash again.
and I'm still waiting for the drink at Otto's, and I'm still always slowly waiting for what follows, for what I've learned about being so defined by someone dying, and for thinking before I speak, and hoping for something bigger, but it's a size I can't teach, for how things were, or how they should be, like a bolt from the blue, you left me that belief, oh, you left me that belief, ripple water shine, it's been a long time, and it's alright, ripple water shine, now it's not mine, and it's alright, it's alright. In my drink from your mug, made of tin, but what happened? 7:31, 7:6.
This album's sad.
That made them at your name and the date. What I miss, it was a Saturday. You got your wasted, you got away, you got your dad, his dying days, you got it all. And I've been wasted, I've been away, it's not that bad, most days. And he said you were drunk, it rang loud as hell, and your brother said bullshit. And I never told anyone, but it kept me awake. Spring sleep's never been good to me anyway. And I got your picture sitting on the sink. You were so young, so skinny, so quick to laugh.
Kitty, get out of my way. It's hard to say, yeah. Principal Jakob, I mean, the paper I just looked at is talking about spongiform encephalopathies. I doubt it. I mean, it sort of is a prion disease. And maybe that's the answer. There's just no way out.
And I have this feeling where I'm still in something, and every April I'm reminded about those bright flowers they talk about. In every May I'm reminded that it's better, buried in black and white, and I'll allow myself this to last. You got your wasted, you got away, you got your dad, his dying days, you got it all, you got it all. And I've been wasted, I've been away, it's not that bad, most days. And if it's true, it's me telling you, and it's me glad as hell that you never know. And if it's true, it's me telling you, and it's me glad as hell that you never know. And ever since I heard I've cursed her for putting that idea in my head, and I wear her stock smile so well. I'm doing just fine. But what'd you do to make it better? What'd you do to make it better? I'm telling you, I've seen what it can do. What'd you do to make it better? What'd you do to make it better? And I wear a stock smile so well, but who deals with anything like this well? And if it's true, here's me telling you, and here's me glad as hell that you'll never know. And if it's true, here's me telling you, and here's me glad as hell that you'll never know. And I think I lost my way, and either I stopped caring, or I've been looking for it ever since, and maybe those two go hand in hand. And like you said, sometimes you just shouldn't know, shouldn't ask. And I've been rushing through the world without a chance to really see. I've been rushing through, I've been rushing through, I've been rushing through, I've been rushing through the world. No, I've been so touch and go. No, I've been so touch and go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened with the cassava people. They all said that same thing. They said, oh, because I lost money, there's no way I could lose money. It must be rigged.
Those old job jokes. I've never had that old outside.
Hey.
I've never had
Oh, I'm streaming.
Robert's prison guard skin. And I've learned it's the fingers in the placement. It's something about that always stuck. And I'm just stubborn enough. Those years were the way given way. So you started away. Just a time, just a place. Just a name remembered with a photo in the frame. You're a poet, you're a poet, you're a poet. And you're a poet, you're a poet, you're a poet. And so on, and so on, and so on. And so on, and so on, and so on.
Let's go.
How's it stand? What do we let that sand flush my cheeks, wear me out? Keep me clean, keep me longing, keep the quiet company, wear me out. I heard a voice telling me, like your smoke open and my eyes repine, wear me out. That wick won't burn away. It's giving uneven rain. Wear me out like a sister holding absence, like a sister who's finally had it, like a room left open just for being kept, like some lonely facet, like the promise of a place to know. Crooked balloons, the crosshatch crow's feet reaching for the Baltimore heat, and I repine faster and faster, faster and faster now, faster and faster, faster and faster.
Your wick won't burn away. I'll see you guys next week. Have a great weekend. Looks like data's coming next week, so catch you then, alright?